I have realized I might have to only pay for one kid's car.
Yes, yes, yes. You are now tuned into the pre-game radio show. This is something I'm gonna start doing before the show starts to get people time to get into the live stream. Just to get in. Something to keep the channel alive. Hopefully y'all can hear hopefully y'all can hear the vibes. When I was playing it earlier, it was picking up on the mic. So hopefully y'all can hear the vibes too. For that was music from that was music brought to us by more local artists. Please send in your music. We will play it. We will play your music. And make sure I got the name right. Yes, this is Bus 3. Yes, Bus 3. But only the Congo Nayaman is breathing. Yes. Next song is more music. I'm not sure. They didn't really label whose they didn't like. I guess you didn't label whose music this is. I'm thinking. So I'm gonna guess this is This is music from Rastafari Global Council. So let's get in. Hold on, wait. Hello, y'all. Okay, the file ain't playing, y'all. Hold on. There we go. Let me know if y'all can hear the music. Okay, that wasn't playing like I wanted it to. So let's see.
Chorus the music rockies and the manifest a do say. She won't get, she won't get, she won't get. She won't get, she won't get, she won't get. All over, she want the bird. All over, I get front side, back side. All over, she gets scared with the bird. All over, all over, all over, all over. On the left side, all over, I get on the right side. All over, she gets on the front side. All over, all over, all over. Whoa, what a shine set off attraction. Well, I lioness attract to a lion. Well, empress attract to a king man. Well, Luna a water attract to the sun. When I'm on nigga, so she's my nigga. When I say let's make love, she's pretty straight in the bedroom. Like open, you go to spray up a room like a perfume. She won't get smell up. Never know smell up, they come with jello. She get turn up and they come with swallow. She never did know, alright, now me tell you. Go and hold on, don't try level. This thing so rough, and a time to settle. No green or black, this something yellow. Don't say me then tell you. All over, she want the bird. All over, front side, back side. All over, she gets scared with the bird. All over, all over, all over. All over, on the left side. All over, on the right side. All over, she gets on the front side. All over, all over, all over. Yeah, get scared with this, see we stick on you. I be careful, though, if we flip on you. And not on power back, till we kick on you. Even though he come quick on you. Since you love how the good smell. So good, so well. The way she a smile in the heart, me tell she a get up the food and a ring out whistle. She want the country, she want the city and want the ugly, she don't want the pretty one. She want the Tobago, she want the Trinity one, want the Ethiopian. All the Guinea one. Give her in a Ghana, give her in a Kenya. In a Russia, give her in a China. Jump on a plane, straight to Jamaica. These are hard and me come for deliver. All over, she want the bird. All over, front side, back side. All over, she gets scared with the bird. All over, all over, all over. All over, on the left side. All over, on the right side. All over, she gets on the front side. All over, all over, all over. Whoa, what a shine set off attraction. Well, lioness attract to a lion. Well, empress attract to a king man. Well, Luna a water attract to the sun. When I'm on nigga, so she's my nigga. When I say let's make love, she's putting straight in the bedroom. Like open, you go to spray up a room like a perfume. She won't get smell up. Never know smell up, they come with jello. She get turn up and they come with swallow. She never did know, alright, now me tell you. Go and hold on, don't try level. This thing so rough, and a time to settle. No green or black, this something yellow. Don't say me then tell you. All over, she want the bird. All over, front side, back side. All over, she gets scared with the bird. All over, all over, all over. All over, on the left side. All over, on the right side. All over, she gets on the front side. All over, all over, all over. You know it's wrong, he's can't freeze. Alongside the manifest, I do set. You know it's the rest of music. You know it's King of Beat production. You know how we do me thing. You get me.
Hold on, y'all. I got a new setup going, so I gotta get it right. Seem like everything gonna be okay though.
And he's watching as the days go by. And he's counting as his peers are dying. Sitting with the rifle across his chest. So we never get a good night's rest. Then he's cranky in the morning times. And more victims have to lose their lives. The community at least and burn. Sing that there wasn't in a gunman world. And come and say, in a gunman life. You might not come home from work one night. So every minute matters.
Okay, so it is playing right. Okay, y'all. So I'm gonna keep doing. I'm gonna go back to doing what I was doing. I'm gonna keep going back doing what I was doing. Okay, I think I got everything straight, y'all. I got everything where I want it to be. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna keep playing music from Rasta Global Council. I'm gonna play some music from Ricky Smooth. Some new music from Karasta Music Records. Yeah, you are now listening to the pregame radio. We're gonna try to do this as many times as possible before every show. That way I can broadcast more music, and then on the late night ghetto, I can play nothing but slow jams. Yeah. Hence the term, the late night ghetto. Everybody be listening to that slow jams late night. When you be growing up, when I was little, we used to hear the thing on the radio called the Quiet Storm. So yeah, we're gonna do something like that on the late night ghetto tonight. But for right now, we's gonna keep it going.
Don't forget the Rastafari, cause them know exactly what them do. And fight against them that fight against I and I. If them never did know what them do, I would have forgive them Rastafari. And they never fight against I would fight against them. And now it's judgment. Bless them, Rastafari. Certain ways of the wise man. Only could I never kill a great man. Deceive and you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter man. Certain ways of the wise was down in the gutter, no one's there. I got sentenced to death. It's only I and I. That's why I burn inside. No one cares. I saw my grandpapa said. But when I look around, it's clear to see just who you are to me. Certain ways of the wise man. One could have never kill a great man. Deceive and you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter man. Certain ways of the wise man. One could have never kill a great man. Deceive and you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter. Oh no no no. Never trust them, who them, never lost them. Them heart is not pretty, it disgusting. Aside the system, I how them do them thing. You know they corrupt in the world, don't you see? Fire flames, and your chant from the ghetto heartbeats. Everywhere we look, I no peace. And even the youth can't find food to eat. Certain ways from the wise man. One could have never kill a great man. Deceive and you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter man. Certain ways from the wise man. One could have never kill a great man. Deceive and you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter. More than the vex, one killer 10,000. Chop them in a body bag and get them frozen. I heard the word that they've spoken. They bout the power Rastafari and the Zulu spear them. Gunshot and a kill even sword them. Tie some lead and jump overboard them. This Rastafari hope the whole of them know them. It's not the way Rasta chose them. Certain way of the wise man. Gun could have never kill a great man. Deceive and you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter man. Certain way of the wise man. Gun could have never kill a great man. Deceive and you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter. No one there. I got sentenced to death. So I and I. That's why I burn inside. No one cares. As my grandpapa said. When I look around, it's clear to see just who you are to me. Certain way of the wise man. One could have never been a great man. See when you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there when I was down in the gutter man. Certain way of the wise man. One could have never been a great man. See when you lie and you fake man. You wasn't there. Yeah, wise man.
Yes, 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 yes. That was. I don't know, wait, what was that? Boy, I'm a bad host, man. I'm still getting used to this, y'all. I'm switching between screens because I'm trying to do this a whole different way. Certain ways of a wise man. Music from Global Rastafari Council. This is the pregame show to The Promise Key. Part 2 of episode 20. We have the CEO from Rastafari Global Council back with us. Yes, 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 yes. This time we have a better connection. This time we have a better everything going on. So we're gonna keep the vibes going with more music going. Let's see who else. Let's see who else we got. Matter of fact, I got you. I got y'all right quick. All right, crap, my screen froze. Am I still frozen? I'm gonna try to work through the problem while I'm doing it. Okay, let's see. There we go. All right, this is my boy Cherokee. Cherokee James X. Cherokee James X. The Phoenix Gang. That's right. Featuring the Phoenix Gang. Cherokee James. That's what I'm talking about. That's my homeboy right there. We're gonna play this is Hush. Hold on, y'all. Oh crap. The pregame show is also for me to work out the bugs. Okay, we got a lag. Maybe this is too much going on this thing. Learning as we go, people. Learning as we go. Oh, till that keeps going. Working out the bugs, y'all. Working out the bugs. Okay, we're gonna stop right here. We're gonna come back with the radio show. We're gonna come back with the music around late night radio while I have all this bug stuff settled out. Until then, tune in at 7:30 when we start the show. The pregame show, the pregame radio is just for me to try to work out stuff, make sure everything was running straight. And basically just for y'all to see how hard I'm working to get shit straight for y'all. All right, y'all.
Life is a beach, going in the beach, laying down in the hot sands, think about the next plans, and my visions come true. All the things I've gone through, ups and downs, right now they up. Look around, see beautiful people, beautiful ocean, emotional life, and I'm looking at life like I see the blue skies with the white clouds. I see the ocean waving, the sound, the children laughing, kids playing, beautiful woman down land with their eyes closed. My mind is open, ain't no hoping. It's there that I'm alive. Thank God for it, that I got my stride. Hi friend, goodbye friend. Keep writing about you, don't know friend. It's because we didn't have good closure. To be honest with you, girl, when it gets closer, but we so far away, and it's so sad. When you was with him, I was so mad. Now you a mom and he a dad. Both got wedding rings. Do the math, and it's funny you connect with my other friend. It got never met. Coincidence. She hit me up the other day, reminiscing about the old days. I asked when we gonna hang again. I got 4 kids, probably never kid. Something hit home, and I wasn't happy. You and her both moving on without me, but I keep moving and I keep starting. I've been through it. It just remind me where I was in life with certain folks. I gotta move on. I'm in a different boat. It's a big wave, and it's really coming alone. I'm content, but I wonder. I do wonder. Break it down. Go, 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 go. Life is a beat, going to the beat. 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 I'm out. the flow of life. I gotta make a move. Think about mom and dad. Yes, I love you. Gotta make my own moves. I got my own views. If I'm wrong, let me make a right. Like to turn in a red light. I got the right of way. Out the comfort zone. Can't be a slave. I gotta do what's right for me. I feel it in my gut. It's right for me. A God got my back. Ain't no holding back. Ain't no coming back. Watch the rain to build. I like that flesh back. Just finished. Watch the soul. And it touch back. The little things in life. Then I love that. Right now I'm in the zone. Not monotone. Not trying to be a lost soul like 22. Think about me at 22. Me being a prince. Who would have knew? Paint the city red. Out the blue. The city know my name. Ricky Smooth. I see the future. Speak to the universe. Looking up. It's in the works out. To get my things together. And life, I gotta get my things together. I'm about to get my things together. And life, I gotta get my things together. And life, I gotta get my things together. I get my things together. And life, I gotta get my things together. I get my things together. Gotta be rich, I gotta be intelligent, gotta be cool. Do they know who they dealing with? Gotta have the knowledge, gotta have the youth and spirit. Coming with the truth, then proof. A question come up from my dad and he's asking when he's gonna have grandchildren. And I'm passing the question around like the offering basket. I got no money, I'm LOL laughing. It comes when it comes. I hope I don't come with no condom on. If I do, life's gone. To be honest with myself, I'm just getting started, about to help build the city up. As an
I've
artist,
tried so hard just to be a better person. I've made mistakes and I've learned my lessons. I've tried so hard just to be a better man. I'ma work real hard and do the best I can, blood, sweat, and tears, and I never give up on my life's work. Just to fill it in the cup. Gotta stay focused. Gotta do what's best for me. Keep my head high so I can be free.
about to get my things together. And life, I gotta get my things together. I'm about to get my things together. And life, gotta get my things together.
This thing called life has peaks and valleys, twists and turns, good times and tragedies, ups and downs just like a roller coaster. Have you going crazy like you're about to throw up? But we keep on pushing, take it day by day, trying to make a touchdown like play by play. Some days are beautiful, other days not so. Seems more that way since I lost my bro. The 11th of April for my whole life changed. I knew from that day on I never be the same. Yet I was in denial, couldn't accept the news, trying to rationalize anything but the truth. Never could have imagined he could forget so quick. In a flash, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. That's my baby bro, man. How can he be gone? Just 5 months ago, why I feel so long? I still drop by your house hoping to see your whip. You know the silver Dodge Charger, boy, you had that drip. You had the freshest clothes and the freshest kicks. Dopest guy around with the dopest shit. I try to keep it together, in your absence be strong. But every day I'm here without you just feel so wrong. That's just a taste of my thoughts, but for you I fight. Keep your memory alive in this thing called life.
I'm about to get my things together. And life, gonna get my things together. I'm about to get my things together. And life, gonna get my things together. Playing hard to get, you know my love is real. Nothing but legit. They see you with their ears, see with their eyes. Feel my mind. I think about you every single time. We can feel love. We feel what they feel. I like that. Because I'm like you. I feel it too. We break it up. We make it up together. Work, make it happen. I feel good about our rock with you. Break it up like top with you. Oh, I see. Oh, we can rhythm. Like a baby enemy. Oh, we can take it. I'm not beginning. I'm beginning. Break it. I'm beginning. I'm running. I wanna live.
Listen to the pregame.
Damn. Okay. I don't know why, but I wanna fuck your girlfriend. I don't know where the fuck my morals went. I don't know why, but I wanna fuck your girlfriend. I don't know where the fuck my morals went. Thinking about the Spanish brown fly and dancing in my mind. Used to date my friend, why the hell she in my mind? L-U-S-T, call me J-A-F-A-R. Looking for the diamond in the rough. Not trying to cuff, just wanna be up in the stuff. What's wrong with me? What's underneath? I eat the ass raw, won't feel no teeth. Demons all inside of me, wanna push inside of her, get her hot and wet like the place I live. A curse that I'm dancing with the devil, better than the angel. Burn the feathers, she burn the gas. I got the liquor. I feel the fire deep within my system. Conscience don't disturb my groove. Even if I win, I'm gonna lose. So I drink to make a better choice. Instead the liquor gives a stronger voice. And the word is, I don't give a fuck. I'm looking in your eyes, girl, I wanna fuck. I don't know why, but I wanna fuck your girlfriend. I don't know where the fuck my morals went. I don't know why, but I wanna fuck your girlfriend. I don't know where the fuck my morals went. I know this girl, I think she 19. I know she 19. She not quite a queen. A question on her for a bit. She ain't feeling me. Or what is wrong with me? Or what would happen if I took her virginity? Blood on the sheet, or blood on my hands, a little skin my soul. I wouldn't give it down. A little skin my soul. I asked, am I down? Am I down? My way to, 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 my way to hell. I'm on 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 my way to hell. Born sinner, the opposite of a winner. Got to meet Biggie Small, the opposite of winter. I love sinning. I fucking married woman, clubbing, rubbing, drinking. Don't like thinking, time is drinking. Oh my God, is he here? No, he's not. Forget about me. Forget about him. Don't hide in the dark, cause it won't stay dim. Am I scared? Hell yeah. Am I scared? Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm burning deep within. Thinking when Satan turn his back on God. Thinking when I turn my back on my God. Ain't thinking about the scriptures. I'm thinking about the scriptures. Making bread, drinking wine, laying in my bed to hell. Oh well, fornicating. Oh well, fornicating. Sticking my brown stick and asking Mary Caitlin if they get pregnant, gonna have to kiss that baby. Am I going crazy? Maybe so the door is ringing. On my way to hell. I'm on my way to hell.
Big up Cherokee.
I'm on my way to hell.
Trying to play your music, got my shit freezing up.
I'm on my way to hell. 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 I, ignorant as hell, just for writing this M. My truth though, and this is how I feel. S, stop being real, that's never me. I'm grateful I'm alive and not underneath. N, no lie, I'm still gonna sip my drinks in. Nothing under the sun is new, that includes M. E, every day is not a promise, and that's everything. R is for Ricky, and that I'm God made. On my way to, 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 on my way to hell. I'm 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 on my way to hell. On my way to hell. 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 La 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 la. 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 Searching. I'm searching. Heart beating, blood rising. What girl do I want? Undecided for them. I'm just riding to that bullshit. Life is pushing me to the edge. I'm about to go crazy. Girls, ladies, where you at, baby? Can't feel my mind, but my body language speaks and it's free. See, I see, but you don't see me. You see him or them. Worry. What people say? A worry. About the other day? A worry. I can make a way for you not to worry. But you like to play games, don't worry. I'm worried. Will ever meet the one? Will ever have a son? Damn, I need the gun of love. Where the hell's Cupid? Got me feeling stupid. I wonder what the truth is. We between lines like a toothpick. Now come on, baby girl, who's this? When I say who, I mean us. With a trust, with a love, just lust and fuss. It's a must that I know how long will this go on. Every girl meets like the same songs. It starts, it ends. Did I move on? Been searching for why should I move on? Yes, no, 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 yes, no. Love, lust, love, lust, love, lust, love, lust, love, lust, love, lust, love, lust. I choose love. I choose love. it's hate. Blue is me, yellow's fate. When I met you,
Yes, ma'am.
Anytime you want to start cooking is fine.
Okay. The show will continue as planned.
And we can make our chants with their words, because they writing the words, what we call
Peace, peace, peace.
Yes, bless up. How's everything?
We working everything out. I got this new setup going. And hopefully I can get everything straight. Hopefully I can get everything straightened up
You got a
before
new
the late
setup?
because I'm trying to do the late night radio tonight. I'm trying to do the late night ghetto tonight.
You say you got a new setup?
Yeah, I said, yep. I'm over at my mom's house and I'm using her laptop.
Oh, okay.
Her Wi-Fi is a lot better until until these people finally bring their bus over there to my house. This COVID crap got everybody scared. Like,
Is what happened?
still waiting on these people to come out to my house and put that internet in.
Oh wow, they didn't come yet.
Good thing I ain't paying them yet.
What's taking them so long?
Yeah, they supposed to do something. They said something about an inspection or some crap like that. They're gonna come out to see. They're gonna come out to the house, see if they can broadcast, see if they're capable of broadcasting where I'm at or what. So I ain't never seen nobody.
They gotta do an inspection at a cable company to hook up internet.
Well, I guess I gotta see. I guess they gotta see if they're capable of being in my area.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I'm out here in the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the woods. Most people in the hood. I'm in the woods.
So you probably need to get one of those it's a type of special internet service when you live in the mountains or in the countryside. I never even wrote the it was on a commercial. I didn't even write the information down.
I think it's called Viasat or something like that.
Yeah, probably. I know I saw a commercial saying you can get pristine internet with them if you live in the country, by the mountains and stuff like that. So how your mom doing?
She's doing all right.
That's good.
She's in the other room now, relax.
She what?
She in the other room now, relaxing.
She's doing what?
I'm gonna have her on during the late night ghetto radio station. We're gonna sit up playing oldies.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you was telling me just now. I thought you said something about laying
Can
up
you hear
or
me now?
something. Yeah. How's my reception? How's my reception? Can you hear me clear?
I can hear you now.
Is it clear though?
Yes.
Yeah, Binghi, Congo, Nyah in the house.
Aye. Give thanks to life. Blessed love. Honorable.
Yo.
Aye. Selassie the first. To the man, aye. Yes. And I give thanks. Yes.
You just getting home?
Yes, for real. Yeah, it's been a tough day, Some works go overtime. So glad we make it just for the 12:30, but
You needed more time?
You needed some more time. That would be great to get on the roads and these things, but
like 30 more minutes.
Yeah, it's all right. Let's go through. If you can take a Rastaman is a natural man, Rastaman working and these things, so it's all good,
Yeah.
Last week, the other time we was discussing, the structured cabling business, and sometimes, you have to go a bit over time with things, and it's part of the Gideon, it's part of the liberation. Our liberation requires us to be proficient and continue to do our works and be economically competitive with with the West, because they do their thing for economical reasons. So straight away, we stay upon the battlefield, so it's a natural thing. So if we're there already and it's already live, there's no point me saying, "Oh, let me go and pretty up like some dress rehearsal."
Oh, I thought maybe you needed to get yourself sorted out,
Well, I'm really and truly, fam, you can hear me, and you know that we understand how things set. Then there's no point doing no dress rehearsal. You know,
Well, you should have did that first and then said, "Hey, give me an extra 20 minutes,"
nah, you're good. Let's go.
All
Well,
right.
you don't think we look sharp enough for the interview, no?
What you saying?
You don't think I look sharp enough for the interview, no?
Oh no. I know you just got in, and I know you
Yeah,
didn't have a chance to change clothes and do what you probably wanted to do the last
yeah,
time, right? But
yeah,
that's why I suggested that. Yeah,
yeah.
that's
So,
why.
nah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, it's fine to have you in your work clothes. At least we know
So,
you're doing
so
something.
yeah, it works, you know. So how is it going? What's the topic today? I'm not sure
Well, I
if it's
guess
active.
we were supposed to be picking up from the conversation last week. We was discuss you was explaining the Rastafari Global Council and then the cable and wireless, of course. I guess if you want to finish touching up on that, and then you can talk about yeah, the Lions Den fam, your music or something. I don't know.
You don't know. All right.
I mean, like I know, but that's just a figure of speech.
I
I
mean,
think that you could continue and explain what the Rastafari Global Council is and if what ones have to do to be a member and what's required. You know what I mean? Those type of things.
well, I don't know. I don't know today if we have the guy on the Rastafari Council if they will be joining us today.
Yeah, let me
But
message. I'm a message.
either way, yes, we can start with the structured cabling where we start last time, as we discussed. As I said, structured cabling is just one of the fields which I have a skill in. So it's one of the fields that I mentor other Rastafari youths and into the field, and we train ones and ones how to do this, install fiber optic cabling and this and that. So it's for people who are interested in that field or people who want to try a new skill. But people can contact me, young people who have a quick mind, like electricity or like data, like telephone networks, like data networks, communications, IT. It's one of the things that one of the fields that I do. So since it's where we're just coming from, that's a good way to start, and that's it. It's called we run a business called ZS Cabling. Also, I've run previous business before doing it. I have one of my warrior that one of my son work with me as well. He's a warrior, very very good at cabling now. Straight from Jamaica, and you know, he's a proficient cabler. Look out for man there in Rasta,
Okay.
and the TikTok, them man there, them you the fire blazing on the cabling. So the proof set is that him a living proof set. The training and mentoring I and I offer work.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, we do it for economic reasons and for try to develop understanding for the liberation. If it's one of my I and I reparation plan, because Rastafari, we talk about reparation and it's never actually been an accurate science. So one of the science of reparation, is in His Majesty word and in the higher levels of Rastafari shows that it's about nation building skills. So acquiring these nation building skills so that I and I can repatriate with them. This is one of the reasons why His Majesty, His Imperial Majesty and Haile Selassie and Empress Menen guide I and I towards education, skills, so that when if I when or if I and I forward until our I and I reparation, I and I can pass on skills, and I can use I and I skills also to develop, you know, Africa, the Caribbean, the underdeveloped places where the West just take from, and we can offer something, and not only that, we can sustain a way of living, can make money,
Right.
while we move. So, say for example, me have a contract, me do works in Europe a lot too. I do it tonight in England, in Holland, France. You know me I say, and why not Africa, Caribbean, and them things there. So same way projects, any project we do it, communication, network, fiber,
Yeah.
me in, cause
I'm surprised
I,
you don't have Jamaica already locked down on that.
well,
Totally surprised on that one.
almost, we've had discussions,
Totally surprised.
almost come close, I had some
Mhm.
links. I was trying to use it to forward to Jamaica to finish building the Binghi temple where Congo and I built. So I work on, and in Congo town, I and I domain, I and I personal tabernacle. So it's like,
Mhm.
it's part I and I, you know, as I say, reparation plan. Every one of you have one as a Rastafari. So you
So
have to have a.
you're gonna have
Huh?
a shrine for Haile Selassie?
Oh, yeah, indeed.
Because some people might see a shrine and think you're dealing with some kind of hoodoo juju, you know? They get the
Well,
wrong idea.
well, well. Well, the thing is, everyone have different understanding of what shrine is, and you know, obviously, you see, the thing is, yeah, we have the power to honor our ancestors, or
Mhm.
dishonor them, or acknowledge them, or not. So, within the practice of shrine in any form, you know, is I think is a good way. And of course, Rastafari has always had our tabernacle unto his imperial majesty and Empress Menen I. Like a Rastafari would have a picture of his majesty in his domain. We sing famous that a picture is on the wall. A picture of Haile Selassie and a position for the picture would be in your house and would be in the tabernacle. So indeed, it's like a foundation to Rastafari way of life, that we do have that picture to represent His Majesty, and in that picture frame, things move on from posters and flags now to frames, and everything have to officially frame. A Rastafari have to officially frame your pictures of Haile Selassie and Empress Menen. Find a nice frame that go with your decor, and find a nice frame that go with your house, and make that nice like that. So yes, without a doubt. But the Binghi temple, when I work on a Congo town, that's
Mhm.
gonna be one of the projects where I work on. I work on it for years, but ups and downs with projects and with different things, But it's it's to practice the way of life, same way, just enough now Binghi temple there, rest of Jamaica and Africa, all over the world. It's a normal thing that you know our some warriors do, who overstand the liberty and want to practice it to the level where I and I,
Right.
practice and want to live it.
True. Mhm.
Yes, So as for the Global Council now, and the Council of Britain, Rastafari Council of Jamaica, you know, and it's all about education, you know. education for Rastafari. You know, education is one of the forefronts. You know, representation, advancement of the liberty. You know, if we go forward to education, before we even go forward, education, like for example, I have the I've read the Rastafari studies, which more or less, it's knowledge. It does have the a little history, but it's just give it meaning of the words that Rasta use. Like we have a foundational words. It's a study of Rastafari. 'Cause in 90 from the international gatherings of Rastafari, I as a liar one to the elders. I've learned from the elders that we are taught. This generation have been initiated to do Rastafari studies. So I'm just being liar. Because the first time when we unleashed the studies, them from about 2011, people wonder, wow, all them youth that unleash the study of Rastafari. Who know them? You see, like, but it's just a study of Rastafari, demystified as the elders request. So we teach Rastafari in a demystified way. And this year, to me, relaunch the Global Council in a different way. There's been a lot of, you know, struggles, especially, regarding informers, these things.
What kind of informer? What you
Oh, yeah,
mean?
talk about informers everywhere in a Rastafari. What that
Real
enough,
though, what you mean?
everywhere. Informer thing all about the place. Yeah.
uh,
Enough informer about. You understand? Enough informer. And derail the movement all the time. Enough misappropriation of culture where this are derail the movement. And informers that derail projects when we spearhead, like the Council of Britain, the spearhead the exhibit in Ethiopia, a study of the Rastafari culture for the Crown Council. Even we do that one time, all the other houses them never want to even touch it. So the Crown Council send, a delegate, what his name, Elder Danjama, yeah, and he come to the exhibit. And all the, when the man Kaz and them man they go around and look for people to help them with the exhibit. And EWF could have helped them, yeah, but
Okay, did I
EWF.
lose them or
Say that again.
what happened? Did I do something or
What did he say?
no? I'm trying to figure out what happened to the guest.
What did you say? What did you say?
So what?
He's trying to figure out what
Did you hear
happened
me?
to you.
Yeah, we hear you.
She said she hear
Oh,
you.
okay. I just don't see him on my end.
Oh, she's
The
on the
camera's
screens.
on. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I lost both of y'all now. Okay, there y'all go.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, I think it's something going on with your connection, perhaps.
Say that one
Okay.
more again. You sound like you were breaking up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was just talking about the informal part, and he was explaining the situation with the museum in Ethiopia where the informer stuff started for, I guess, right?
Well, I was gonna give an example of, how I was gonna give an example, but I don't know if these are the type of things that you want me to go in. I'm not afraid. I mean, call them.
Of course. Of course. I mean, if it's a real life situation, that's it's facts. It can't be disputed or debated because it is what it actually is. Why not? I mean, we need to know because, like you said, it's informer everywhere, especially in Rastafari. It's no exception. So
Yeah,
we need to know.
just as an
True.
example, yeah.
We need to know who these peoples are.
Yeah, because what they do, they have a trail. Like for example, there's people that are actors. Yeah, they're actors, and Babylon always recruit informers. You know, even niggas, you already is another example of an informer where even you know. Yes, I
Oh
mean,
yeah, true.
right? That
But that was your brethren.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. People are derail the Lions and Farmer, derail the Global Council, try to derail the Council of Britain. They come from all angles. Remember 2015, they arrest me 5 times in a row, right? Trying to frame me, say me rob a
Yeah, I
bank,
remember that.
say me rob a bank, say me thief a bicycle, whatever, all kind of different charges. But I'm competent in the law. We have a law degree, I'm a warrior, like, so certain things I can come true, but that show you that there's always a derailment there. There's a derailment element. Informer come from all angles. Yeah.
Yeah, of
And
course.
and 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 our own stigma of lacking up the way how we are against one another as well too is another factor which always play the thing. I mean, I could clog up this show with beer and them things there. I could tell you a story after story, and they're real with evidence. I have recordings. Because even the story I was about to tell you about what happened, why the Council of Britain, who was leading the 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 the, the, um, the exhibit, because when everybody didn't want to do it, right, leading the exhibit for that was going to launch in Ethiopia, right? And obviously, we work with a lot of competent people, like most of the people, and because we Council of Britain work with a lot of people with good qualifications, PhD, doctors, and with people with 2 degrees and 3 degrees, and them people that know how to
Right.
get things done. This is the kind of things Rastafari needed in the next level of things to help us
Hmm.
to institute the changes that we really need to advance. Yeah, this is the level that the elders them wanted for the next generation. Because after they bun the way how the institutes dumb us down, our elders them just follow His Majesty and say that we must go and get certain levels of education for nation building skills.
Of course, exactly.
Yeah. So when they have it
And
now,
we've seen them actually they have did it, you know?
but there was a problem though. When the intellects went out there and got the intellect and come back to the Binghi house and the EWF and the 12 tribe and the certain place, they never let them in because they come, some like especially come about slave around the rim, and they say, go ahead, come, and they might try come with the ideas. Go ahead, little educated boy. Because they forget that these are the Rasta generation that we've sent to go and get certain education for the advancement of Rastafari. So now some of these people are quite smart and they have nothing to do, no work to do in Rastafari. Rastafari and got the thing together. So then that's why the Global Council was able to do so much works. And then in such time, like managed
Mm.
Fairfield House for about 3 years. The most ancient, love to have my heart, Bongo Spear, who taught I and I how to even get the UN consultative status levels. How, those men are foundation to us, because why I think that it's one of my elders, just like Muta Baruka, when I say we have certain elders I really look up to and think, say, yeah, their works are consistent and
Yeah.
and valid, valuable to us, and needs
Hmm.
to be carried on, because you can't start from scratch something that's already been done. So, like
Yeah,
for
true.
example, the address where Bongo Spear and Bongo Watto in the UN to highlight Rastafari as a nation in principle that indigenous to Jamaica, but identify as Africans. Yeah, real. That alone is good for I and I. Those kind of representation of who I and I is by I and I ancients. So I and I just have to understand these things and understand what them is. And that's one of our I and I duty. You know, one I and I aims and objective is to, you know, continue, you know, the international relation in the form and of the ancient, in the honor of the ancients. And you know, there's enough things that out there put out there. From international gatherings, you can see. I really follow international gatherings. International gatherings have a lot of information about the next step, the best steps, because people, you have to understand that leaders travel together to do that. And this is also a thing that the Global Council wants to continue to facilitate, you know, international gathering, you know, of all the leaders within Rastafari. So when I say leaders, you're talking about the priests and the prophets, who represent Rastafari group and organization. And you come forward, we have two problems on the table each, where we're going in our zone. So you have the Global Council, and with all the head of Ghana Council is there. The head of all the councils is here. Simple mathematics. The two problems they're on the table each, and we all work on the simplest ones first. The most simplest ones are achieved. Because we have things like our intellectual property, you know. But the thing now is for me, is, you know, when Nyah Binghi said the hungry must be fed, naked clothes, sick nourished, infant cared for, age protected. You understand? So when you talk about taking care of sick people and orphans, you talk about an orphanage. When you talk about taking care of sick people, you're talking about hospitals. I'm not a play money already we are talking about. And a play thing. You know, in a play, you can't go around there and say, oh, just take a little piece of this and medicine for your back. It's good for everything. This is not no joke thing.
One pill wonder, right? Take one pill and it's all solved.
Yeah.
For real.
Man, this is not no little thing.
Just drink some root tea and it'll be all right.
So we're lacking in the advancement in these areas where we want to do I&I works and I&I chart and take control of I&I self-determination, so we can take care of our own health, so we can take care of our own education, can I take care of our own things in the way that I deal with it. So like, for example, one of the things that is forefront, as I said before, is education. So also providing leadership training. Yeah. We have first time we launched a leadership training, we did it up in 12 tribe up in England, who have a very nice base. And it was about a 16-week course to the levels of a master's degree, showing Rastafari leaders, you know, more or less some public engagement and some organizing, you know, ways, the way of organizing which Rastafari I choose, and you know, some background information on a lot of things and how to deal with some different types of public engagement and manage their own best ways how to manage their own body or organization where they might deal with. So it's intense, but through the works and the help of even the ancients, them, you know, achieve a lot. And Rastafari have been working in this thing for a while, from about 2003 we create Lions Den From, which was for business development and all of that. That's how we create the cabling company, because we have people that work together in Lions Den From, just like we always dream. So to me, sometimes when we work, it's like a dream come true, because you know we have, you know, we always get that cooperation where people start to generate that vibes and that energy. And especially because we know what we're doing. So we guys then found our business develop. So people work together on projects and share skills, and projects will be achieved. People get paid and pay those who help them achieve these projects. Simple things. And we have a year-to-year show, music with a message, via the UK, these kind of things, where put Rastafari music in the right perspective, where you have players of instruments and singers who spread the liberation message, rather than just perform as an artist and just be some kind of performer for anybody, trying to please anybody, rather than actually being that voice and that trumpet within the movement. So we entertain those kind of artists, and fire blaze, trust me, because we have big grand finale where the artists them work together like how they would in the culture, when everyone hungry for it, and feel that energy. So we feed off of one another. We have a big grand finale where all the artists them come on stage, and this big nice, these kind of
That's
things.
what's
Everybody
up.
just freestyle their music, right?
Yeah, you can see some of them shows then the Lions Den Fam on YouTube,
Ooh.
and just because we have a lot of footage where um, not released yet as well, and not a unseen footage, But the people who have advised me up, hit up the Lions Den Fam on the YouTube and email the thing, and we get some more footage up for the island. We have our documentary. Some people want the part 2 to where we do the documentary 7x7 consciousness of Rastafari, which is another thing where we teach, I and I, have a levels where it's 7 times up, 7 times down. This is mystic side of things when we see it here on our talk about last week. So a few weeks ago with the priests. So I might as well touch a few. But it's just a consciousness, level of consciousness. But even the academics were interested in things where regarding the I and I consciousness. Because I've done doing some university symposiums and lectures since about 2011 to about 2019. Some of them did you see step-by-step guide to herbs and meditation. You might see one of them out on a YouTube there with I and I. And go out to university, go talk about things like how to achieve divinity using a Haile Selassie, of course, as the example, because someone ask you to be a lion, say you need to be a lion, and you never seen a lion, so how can you act like a lion? So it's like telling people to be divine or Christ-like if you never seen one in your time. You see me?
Facts.
Especially one that lives. So you have to see one that live. So it's a real lecture, because when the academics ask for something, you have to give them in a non-mystic, proper way. So we can relate psychology and cultures, so we can show. In fact, I think one level that I'll be able to attain is actually explaining the levels of the spirit via the Congo, from the Congo, where you use faculties like Itongo. Not people we have stand the Yoruba um, um, when you more or less look at it from a Yoruba perspective,
Right.
and when you look from it from a Kemetic perspective, but also there's a way to tie it up from the Congo. Yeah, because remember when time Babylon first went to Congo, and them wicked, dirty beasts. Yeah, they said that in Congo, they write in their books, their little dirty books, that in Congo is the only place they ever seen people can change into anything that they want. So really, when you're talking about mystics, it's all there. I remember
For
now
real,
Congo is
though.
the same Congo people that found Rastafari. So really the energy is right there.
So tell us about the Congo energy, and then we could talk about that the museum in Ethiopia situation, because you didn't really get a chance to finish it, you know?
Yeah, because I
Yeah.
thought that through that got interrupted. I just figured that maybe it's not the right time for that. So I wasn't coming
Okay.
in because I'm afraid of people. Right. And they when the fire time for blaze, the fire time for blaze. And if anyone challenge it with a play a recording, when the informer then rise up, I'm gonna say, shut up, informer.
And hopefully they will, and hopefully it will be revealed on the
Boy, I
Promise
like
Key.
Shango
Well,
Bako, man. The
yeah,
boy,
especially when they say,
yo,
I don't know what you're talking about.
and boy, they like
Uh,
Shango Bako, man. The man, they informer, man. And I Binghi house in England, man.
What's
Saying
his
straight.
name? Shango.
Shango Bako, man. Me say so, man. That's why when time we keep the first global council meeting.
Shango Bakoman.
Bako,
Probably
yeah,
friends with him on
he's an
Facebook.
actor, man, and an author. That's why when we say,
Uh-huh.
listen to what me try to say. That's why when time we keep the first Rastafari Global Council Unity Gathering up in the Queen Mary University, all right, and we tell us that it was a very good turnout, excellent, even all worldwide network. It was I had Ethiopia on the line. That's time ago. We had Bongo Spear on the line from Barbados. We had the Honorable Barbara Hannah Blake on the line. We had so many Binghi houses all around the world. And every man who represent the thing in England was there. People travel from far. Houses full, beauty. Yeah. Now, everything went well, and, we launched very well. With the support of the academics and the support of the ancients, them who were very smart and were sitting in the shadows waiting for some Rastafari that's doing something proper for them to say, all right, I will help you, little youth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
it can happen when you're doing it proper. People will see and they will come forward. And so far, I can see from the support that I have gained, from the necessary people. So, that's why I'm willing for relaunch again, despite the Holy Pie Informer, despite what Babylon try. And Babylon know me a relaunch. That's why recently they come take 5 of my hard drive them, lock off door and come thing to them. So I say, and I'll move the screen when time in front of me, and I just watch the screen and I hear that thing. Right? I don't want to go in at them thing, they're gonna feel say, I and I up on a different level. But just, the facts are there. We can share enough things on, internet regarding like how them and the Empress, the niggas know some of the history where the boy them try arrest man. But even when me and Tony Tafari come from Birmingham, just finished 2-day lecture on I, where Rastafari, the first Rastafari PhD, 2 PhD from Birmingham University.
Respect.
And when we reach back at London, the man them just come and police just come and boom, throw all down the man on the floor. That day they never throw me down on the floor. They had to defend
Yo.
themselves.
Wow,
It's a
just bum rush
thing.
you like that.
Yeah, for no reason. And just say, yeah.
Yeah, I remember when you told me that.
Yeah, we got footage too. I didn't know play thing. So, just to show you that the thing is real. But Rastafari know that, when we stand for something, you have to stand for it and willing to live for it. Yeah.
Right.
And I know that we'll be the last one breathing. Cause Babylon have to go
Yeah.
before I go. You understand? We
But
be here standing. Simple things.
But you see, when you have the snakes in the midst of it, it's hard the flow to keep flowing. It keeps getting stagnant because you have stagnant energy there. So
Yeah,
these
but
things, these people, places, and things need to be weeded out, blessed, because if not, 3 years we'll have the same conversation and it'll be a new snitch from the
For
old snitch,
real.
you know.
For real. But
So
all they
even
gonna
if
do is just replace them.
yeah, I think
exactly. I
now
know
you
you
see.
feel like the conversation got cut for a reason. Maybe you wasn't supposed to mention anybody's name tonight, right now, but you're telling the story. So the name thing will reveal itself on its own. You know what I'm saying? But at least we know the story. We know what
Yeah.
happened. And
Yeah.
anybody that knows that incident, well, could do their own investigation maybe and find out, or if they were there, they know that what you're saying is not a lie. So we need to know, like, what happened to the museum. No one wanted to take on the project. You decided to take it on, and then all of a sudden there's some haters coming out of nowhere. What's that about?
Well, yeah, I was gonna tell you. Say after that gathering, I was gonna tell you. Yeah, then that same man that I just mentioned sent around an email to every Rasmaravi, everyone in the world, saying, "How come everyone ever wonder why that meeting was kept in the political department of the Queen Mary?" I eat that thing. You know, I didn't even take it up. My little work, my warrior, Tafari, I took it up and answered the emails and went in on them. But just to show you, and when I see the man face to face, I say, "Yo, what have to try?" You know, say, "Oh, test me, I test you." That's how Nyah Binghi test, man. I say, "All right,
We're supposed to be unifying, not testing each other.
no, cool. I can take a test of Jamaica I come from, so we understand that. So if that, I will let you out. But then it came to more after that. So that's when it come to the exhibit where certain people use tactics to derail the thing. But that's another thing. But there's been other informers, just like the other one we mentioned, and there's been other things. But and they in every camp, every one of the camp them. So how you figure them out is you can figure them out. Have a way.
Yeah, so the museum vibes is not going to happen.
Man, we gotta get rid of all them.
You
Is
gotta
that
figure
the
them out.
moral of the story? Is not
There's,
going to happen.
yeah, you got to figure them out because here why now. Remember that stop Marcus Garvey.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to figure them out. That's what we tell all of the man and the woman, them Rasta child, figure them out.
Mm.
That's it. Get rid of them. But moving on from those people, cause talking about them is like talking about funny guy. So it's well negative. So you
So
want to
what's
move.
going to
Right.
go on with the museum?
I don't know nothing about
What I
I
want to
mean,
talk about.
off
I
that
want to talk
project.
about the
I
project.
know that's in 2012 since I've been off that project. I didn't see it land. I know it landed. I think what their name, I can't remember the name of the other organization that they formed to launch the exhibit in Ethiopia. And I think it went off well. One of our workers, one person who used to work with us, Rabbi Shalem, he continued to help them. So I know it went well because he's a very proficient. He understands. He's a good man. So, and I always wish, I don't wish bad for no one, but me don't know nothing beyond that. Because me take my focus off of that, put my focus where it needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they already derailed me, and them derail me in a way all Mama Desta cuss me and things. Like it's crazy.
What?
Yeah, Mama Desta, she don't like me no more.
What
Ooh.
a big elder woman like that? Why she don't like you?
Because she thinks that I probably, through me I cuss the informer and cuss things. They think that my kind of temperament is not fit for international relation, which I can dig that. I can learn from that. But sometimes the other
But they
side of me come
understand
up.
why did that happen that way, right? They
Yeah, but
understand
then they're
what
not
stemmed this
seeing.
behavior.
Yeah, they're not seeing that it's an informer, so and I had to burn my fire, and they're not seeing that something went wrong. It's folly, and I have to burn now, because
Maybe
So
that was it. That's why they don't see
yeah,
it.
I can understand why I a empress, a mama would a mom, and even I get cussed for that too. I can't say empress, so a mama would know that sometimes I have to you have to blaze to defend Rastafari, and it might not come across the best. And yeah, from that we work on my delivery, even if it's an informal, I still have to keep. We still have to know what me I do, you know. That's it.
Mm.
Yeah, so I don't know nothing about that. So what else you want to look into?
You asking me? I mean, you know what to say.
No, well, we thought you okay. We thought you have an angle that you wanted to know more about.
I know we can move away from that. That just sounds like a bunch of
Yeah,
this is why we're not getting where we need to be type of
yeah.
vibes. You understand? So yeah, we could definitely come off of that. I didn't know it was that dread. So
Well,
anyhow,
I can summarize it and conclude it as, you know, it's the challenges that you could likely to face when you're doing the right thing. 'Cause what it is, when you're doing the wrong thing, you get supported. Like for example, in the system. So if you wanted to open another Christian church or something like that, yeah. The thing is, we need to open Rasta faith schools. Yeah, it's a real thing.
Hey,
Like,
map.
huh?
say that again.
Rasta faith schools. Yeah, just like how that's just like how you would have Sikh faith school, a Muslim faith school, Catholic
Mhm.
faith school. You're gonna be Rastafari faith school everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
we need that.
It's well overdue.
Yeah, priorities.
It's well overdue.
Yeah.
So what's
So,
going on with the Lions Den fam? Let's move over to that aspect of life.
oh, well, there's still some loyal warriors, and there's been
You
some.
going back into the music scene again?
Well, music is our culture. We and music is part of the mission. So, and music is also you know it's why it's remember some music has been an influence in the globalization of Rastafari. So and music is one of our intellectual property that got away. So whether we like it or not, even though original some Binghi man them and some Bobo never really give them, don't agree with any form of this reggae dread thing, you know. But and we know the story of even example like Bob Marley and how Martin McPlana, I to give him a little. He didn't want to train him at first and give him from support him. And then he ended up helping him and support him. And you see, Bob Marley is a legend now. And he also, him and others, him and the Wailers and others, many others, influence the globalization of Rastafari. Or Rastafari would be more like, one of the normal African traditions. When I say normal, I mean would have that extra wing that helped to globalize it and help to um, make the culture known in a certain way, and the sentiments be transferred. So yeah, so music will always be part of the Rasta culture. Highly, His Majesty is himself does give the okay to music and arts, which has been a part of Ethiopian culture, and him support that. So in
Mm-hmm.
in this farmer we are now, then we can freely know say yeah, Rastafari should embrace the music. So Lions them fam and even the Global Council, they work together now, because I found both of them. So Lions them, we have music out. There's music from Blessed Barack. Have some new tune, Woman Anthem. Go and find that Mama Miga, those kind of tune. We have
Mm-hmm.
Hunt tune. We have some real big things that come out. We have Blaze that come out soon. bus tree. Some things
Okay.
will represent the culture, you know.
Right.
Some things were a fire for Rasta. And, you know,
Mm-hmm.
but there's things where Lions and I work with. So Lions and Farm still a look. We have some young warriors that really put that energy to it. We're just like with the Global Council and the Council of Britain. There's people that come and really love the energy that it is, that is created, and see it and want to see it continue. So these people are owe a lot for the inspiration that keep these things going. Cause otherwise, you know, I could use, I could, then it would only benefit me if ones and ones don't come and share, the benefits of the skills and resources, um, and the knowledge for us to reach where we need to be. Because why Lions Den Farm will always live is about competitiveness, it's about creating businesses, it's about full joy and liberty, expressing ourselves, which is self-determination. So you can have music as a normal part of all people, learning instruments, playing music, and performing on your own platform. For so we continue to put music out, and we have video editing are going. So there's documentaries coming out from Lions Den Farm. Just follow, I tell the man people, follow Lions Den Farm on the YouTube and the TikTok, and follow also Rastafari Global Council, and we'll put things out, especially people remind me, ask for things, and we can put things out. We have things, and things come out as
Mm-hmm.
they finish edit. So you will know when things come out. Um, if you go and go subscribe and find me, and also the promise keys here. The part there's another program we did last couple strong ago,
Mm-hmm.
and you know so there's vibes, there's knowledge. So we have the Rastafari Studies. I launched a new website, Rastafari Global Council. That X soon come. You know, I rebuild these things. Them also um, myself. So working on it. The content app is coming soon. So you have to stay tuned, cause all of things are going. Cause I released the Rastafari Studies. We already start. Find it on TikTok too, Rastafari Global Council. Cause we send a lot of snippets of the course material. We have some. We even have some things that you mentioned the exhibit. We have some things that we were inputting into the exhibit. Some of the things where some of our scholars and people that work with us, some multiple resources. Like, for example, look at His Majesty trips and travels. Look at the check that him signed, his plane ticket, where he stayed. These kind of things. What if resources and things about His Majesty? Research files on the Nyah Binghi. I'm talking about from Uganda, and how they used to follow the that force, that energy. Because it's important to also realize that Rastafari is a force, have a spirituality, um, and an energy, that formulate it and that develop it, and it's the same energy through which I speak right now as well. So Rastafari is the same back Congo energy, which you say you didn't want to touch. It's the same Kamawu energy. You see, it goes to the eye, which is, beyond. It's like conscience,
Mm-hmm.
but world soul. That's why Haile Selassie is the Almighty, because it's the one who said that he speak to and through the conscience of the world. Most people come into our say, listen, I'm talking to everyone in the room. Can you hear me? Some people say I'm talking to my delegates or whatever. Is it? Well, Haile Selassie, I say I'm talking to and through the conscience of the world.
Yes.
So levels to the thing. Show us how Selassie, you know, is the Almighty. He is the example of what a lion or a king is. You know, the last living transmission of a government, you know,
Hmm.
under divine law. You know, Haile Selassie is what, you know, I look as the highest, more or less even unreachable, you know, because the start where Haile Selassie have, you know, most of I who don't have that start. We grew up in the countries or in the ghettos or in the wherever. We never grew up, you know.
Yeah, but we still have the Christ consciousness.
Yeah. So
It's just as far as being, born as a king or a queen or emperor or empress. No, we didn't see that side of life, and
yeah,
Haile Selassie did. But we still have a Christ consciousness, just like he
yeah.
does,
At
and
least
we
we can
and we
see
need
it.
to tap into it a little bit more so we can heighten our, you know, talent and skills and make moves like we saw Haile Selassie make moves. Like he
Yeah,
didn't just talk. We can see schools, we can see churches, we can see things that he partook in, or he did it himself. So we need to open up those Christ consciousness doors and start doing those type of works.
yeah. But it's, I mean,
That's
it's,
how I see the Haile
yeah,
Selassie vibration.
yeah. But I,
Not to
but
so much praise him, but to just give reverence to his Christ consciousness and then raise up our Christ consciousness by knowing his Christ consciousness.
yeah, we're able to see Haile Selassie, you know, and we're able to see Ethiopia that's never been colonized, you know. We're able to see, you know, Africa. We're able to see our identity in
Well,
a
we gotta kind of like reframe never been colonized, because right now there's white Mary and Jesus in their churches in Ethiopia blessing.
yeah,
That's colonized to me right there. Emperor
yeah,
Haile Selassie, he tried to stop it, and the Ethiopians still went their way to take on European religions. Same thing with Haiti, how Haiti fell. So it's been conquered because they have white Mary and Jesus in their churches. They're walking in the streets during their festivals and their ceremonies with the picture. So we
well,
can't keep we
yeah,
can't
it's
say that
called,
no more.
yeah, in some aspects, because you know how we've seen the pattern of how they work. It's stage one, so they come with their 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 um their religion, you know, and their input they try to inject by the religion, while the soldiers them wait by the river. You see it, for to who go on, you know, create division, create war among one another. So in that sense, but in the in the reason, you know why people say that Ethiopia hasn't been colonized. You know, it's just that was the
But I'm not going to
arising.
say that anymore because it is.
No,
I'm not
but
going
that
to say it
was,
because at one time in history it wasn't, because in 2022 it is. So I
yeah,
can't
but
keep talking past tense when I know right now what I'm living in is something totally different.
yeah, because what it is we're talking about the experience of Haile Selassie, where we look up to and see, say, Haile Selassie crowned a king during a time when Africans more or less all in a chains, which is a strange position still. Hence why enough Pan African, you know, and to see the work that Haile Selassie had put towards the liberation is another thing which we admire. And then now we come towards and say, yes, the Haile Selassie I get this deposed, and you know, then more propaganda. Ethiopia, yeah, Ethiopia is not now going. They look down on Haile Selassie picture down there, statue, you know, you know, there's youths now that are realizing that Ethiopia has been brainwashed a lot. That's why you get the documentary, The Man of the Millennium, and that Ethiopian rapper that, you know, sings about Haile Selassie and that they lied to the Ethiopians. And that's the same
Mhm.
concept of the one who made the film, man of the millennium. You know, it's Ethiopians that are realizing that they've been lied to and that Ethiopia has been turned upside down. And when they get real knowledge, they're disgust, you know? And yeah, and look at what's going on at Ethiopia. There's no rest right now. For the past, I don't know, 10 years. Yeah, I get your point, sister. It's
It's, I,
100%.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
been a long time. I think longer
yeah,
than 10 years.
yeah. Well, yeah, you're right.
We're like over a decade, moving into half a century almost.
Yeah,
More than half a century. But I said, look how long Christianity's been in Ethiopia.
yeah, yeah.
But
But
I
with
mean, I
but
get your point on one side of the scales, but then on the other side of the scales, I'm in the reality zone, and it is what it is. That
yeah,
it's been colonized right now because
yeah, but with the Christianity thing, you have to realize also that how I look on it is that, you know, nations are run by a religion, right? So Ethiopia is no exception. So, for example, Christianity, Haile Selassie was grown defender of the faith for his work, and also, you know, part of the tradition, you know. And what happened is he have a duty, and or he took upon himself that duty and that honor to represent that form of government that his family passed on to him. So His Majesty would be the type of person who would attend the church and come out on Christmas and the important days, the Christian.
Kushai Selassie, you have any questions you want to ask? You want to join the conversation? I don't know what's going on with this service, but that's it.
Okay, I just keep getting. I can't hear anybody.
Wait, so fire did want to ask a question, yeah?
Well, I was finding out if you wanted to ask a question.
He don't look like he's online, is he?
Mm-mm.
Then
No.
you want to ask a question?
Well, I was just asking him. You can keep talking. I was just asking him that. So because I seen he came back on the screen.
Okay.
So maybe he wanted to join the conversation, but he keeps getting knocked off, you know? Yeah, so Kushai Selassie. Yeah, I don't even think he hear me. Yeah, you can keep going.
Yeah.
Lost your train of thought, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know
So,
what's up with the connection tonight. I thought it was going to be a little better tonight. But we're in retrograde, so that would explain why the technology is messing up. Yep. So I know it's late on your side. You probably want to unwind, right?
I'm good still. Good still. You know, man. So, did he mention something that he wanted to discuss?
No, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, but pretty sure.
All right, can you hear us now? Something is going on with your audio.
Yeah, he's going. He might go in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's a
so
good
you
thing,
can.
I guess.
I know I'm texting them at the same time, so that's why I was like, you can just keep talking
Now
because
you
you
gotta
say,
ask a question.
all right, well, let's continue on about what you were saying about Haile Selassie, how we need to use him as the role model and actually put it into real time, tangible time, basically.
Yeah, well, yeah, we can put it into tangible time, but it's good. I think it's a good thing that Haile Selassie, have an upbringing that probably we're not probably we none of we don't have, because you know he just is who he is. And we don't have to say nothing to make him anything else. And we can't really say nothing to make him any less of who he is. So that's a good power. That's a great power. You know, Haile Selassie is who he is. Because, in the early stage, we used to say a lot of things for, like we're big up His Majesty and that, you know, debate and this and that. But we've realized over time that Haile Selassie is who he is, you know. I know we can educate. In part of the studies, there's a section of the studies going to Haile Selassie, His Imperial Majesty, and talk about the great story of His Majesty. And remember that His Majesty wrote by autobiography. He's got volume 1 and 2, which is important to, look into. I mean, Rastafari energy has always been drawn to His Imperial Majesty, drawn to venerate His Majesty. It's like a memory within the 14th gate of the subconscious. It's like inhaling His Majesty unleash an ancient African memory, an ancient River Nile memory. That's how it goes. And His Majesty, is, as I was saying before, is that example that we can use in repairing I and I self, when I and I, because I and I stand core for I and I culture, but I and I should also stand core for I and I self, and I parents, and I grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how we psychologically and repair and spiritually retie. Because the diaspora, we go through a lot, go through a lot. So there's a lot to look into, even in our own journey, because we end up projecting everything we have, everything we were so keen as a youth. We don't have nothing else to project.
Mm-hmm.
Only can project that, project what the environment. And Babylon now stop them movies. You know, even I post something on the Global Council the other day regarding how the gang war started in Belize, you know, where enough of the people were deported from America, mass deportation, and then they put out the movie Colors, and then people who start the war say, yeah, they just choose colors, and then war never stopped. Still go on today. You know, the movies have a big influence on people, just like our childhood and other everything. So there's a lot of negativity that we can project, and not a lot of positivity, not a lot of productivity. So having an example like His Imperial Majesty was able to keep well dressed, travel the world, build schools, you know,
Mm-hmm.
burn a fire upon certain wrongs in the world, like them nuclear bombs and this and that. You know, it's a noble, it's like a moral force now Rastafari has learned. That's what it means to be like a sovereign. So we learn from Haile Selassie now to work within a morality, you know, that befits the African identity. You know, so we have a little glimpse of what African identity looks when it's not under chains. You know, and we self-determine ourselves now going forward with ancient and modern education. You know, and yeah, this is happening to His Majesty. Is His Majesty who helped a lot of the inspiration, and then where everything that we had was destroyed, and we needed to see, because people are praise Jesus who dead on cross, some are praise Buddha who live in a hill, some are praise Muhammad, and some are praise all kind of different people.
Mm-hmm.
But for the modern world, we see a productivity, a movement in His Majesty, which really help the Rastafari to have a foundation, you know, and a criteria that whose sight His Majesty now became one of the main things, to the top thing to be a Rastafari. You have to hail His Majesty. You have to sight up His Majesty. And then in the story of many, every Rastafari is come, they remember the day they sight up His Majesty. You know, sighting up His Majesty is a ancient thing, where from the Kamawu culture, where the Nile Valley, we always see the one that have the greatest ideas, the one that is in leadership position, who always have the highest level of competence to lead, you know, and express the highest form of our I and I self and the people. We know that. So it's like, for example, Rasta used to say that the king is the Almighty. And even in ancient Kamawu, the word for Pharaoh is Farai. Yeah, in the language, the word for Pharaoh is Farai. And not only that, Rasta is seen as the gateway to the other world. It's another word.
So you said
Then
it's a gateway to another world.
that's, I'm just talking linguistics now, language. First, get the word Rasta in Kamawu mean gateway to the other world. Check things like Malachi said, you're back of the book, you will see the meaning of words. When in a ra unnefa amen nuk on it there, you will see the word Rasta, Resta, show you as the gateway to the other world. And that the far right, the Pharaoh, is the Almighty. Because we are divine beings, and you cannot realize your own divinity without seeing it in someone else. And as I said before, you cannot act like a lion if you've never seen a lion. Your mind cannot be programmed in how to be a divine being if you never have an image in it.
So what was this gateway to the other world about? Did they go into elaboration on what that other world is, and Is it similar to this world we live on? What level of dimension is it? You know, any information regarding that, or we just know that it's a gateway to another world?
Well, if you want to go beyond linguistic, that's why I say you have to choose the direction you want the reasoning to go in. I usually have non-mystic reasonings, but if you want to touch a bit about the gateway to the other world, as we already
I mean,
touched
you
on.
mentioned it, so I figure you was on those
Okay.
subjects, you know,
Well, yeah, if you want me to, all right. So,
because you know, Haile Selassie is on those subjects, the
yeah.
mystical
So,
subjects. So
all right. So, in our ancient culture, the word pop up, Rasta. Now, a Rasta researcher would want to say to themselves, I wonder what this word is, what this word means. You know, especially like how we is a word similar to what we have today, Rasta. You know, we're wondering, you know, it's a same vibrational sound. So anyway, that word is more or less, they say it's, if you look on, if it's a door somewhere, I think like the the west of the graveyard, right? That's how it's written in the Nook Auneter, or some people call it Pert Nemru, or some people call it the Book of the Dead, but you can't name something. It's the Europeans that name it Book of the Dead, and some of our scholars name it Pert Nemru, but Pert Nemru is only one chapter
what
in the.
about the coffin text?
Yes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Different people want to name that collection of different names. I don't
Mm.
know. Me personally, I I I I like Ra'un's Nefer Men's. How he names it. He says Nuk Onater, which means I'm a divine being. And the reason why he named it that is because every single scripture is more or less pointing you in the direction of how to become a divine being. Hence why even Rasta is mentioned. So it's a gateway of how you can change the levels of your consciousness and awareness. So once you go through that gate, you could be going through higher levels of consciousness, basically. So these stories, the way how it's written, it sounds like, yeah, it's the tomb, and then talk about lands. If some people are familiar with these texts, it's easy for them to understand what I said, or they can just go check that quick, right? But for the ones who don't, it's more or less just,
Hmm.
metaphorians. It's not an actual story, but it is actual reality though. But it's the way how the Kamawu formulated the faculties in creation. Oh, I heard you talking about the faculties on few programs ago. So you have 11 faculties within creation, starting from Amen, right down, right to Get, which cover the 7 levels of your spirit, which start from the Ba, which is the world soul, to the Kaibit, which is the shadow. So from the Kaibit upwards, you have the Cab, which is the body. Then you have the Sahu, the division of the spirit, which is the psychology, which house your trans faculty, which is your ability to change, your verbal faculty, and your imaginative faculty. Be above that, now you have your Ab, your heart division, and your spirit, and your level of your awareness, which contains divine justice, Herkuti, like Ma'at, truth, balance, order, justice, and it contains your will, man's will, right? Above that, you have like the Shechem, which is spiritual power, right? Seker, Saturday, Sabbatical, or 12, from 12 to 3 every night. Then you got Tehuti, which is divine intelligence. It's like the faculty that created all oracles. Whenever you Tehuti in stories. Tehuti repair Heru's eye. When time Sebek or Set, Jukot him eye and ask put Dudu in it. Right? He could go to Tehuti and Tehuti help him to repair the eye, where he could then now conquer his uncle finally and put him to propel the boat of Ra forever. You see? So I don't know if that answers your question. I will let's continue. I just wanted to.
Wasn't really a question.
So you got 7 levels of the spirit now, and you got 11 faculties that they stem across, and is this
So
what
those other worlds, are those other worlds, would they be considered like the
yes.
seven planes of Ra, or the 7 souls of Ra,
Well,
from 1 to 7, the 7th realms, or something like that?
well, the thing is, yeah,
Because the other world, people want to know, what's this other world about?
yeah.
What's this gateway to these other worlds about? Is it like the rainbow bridge to the world of mystery in the shaman tradition? They have a way of speaking about a gateway or a portal, but instead of saying gateway or portal, they say the rainbow bridge to the world of mystery.
Well, Kamawu, the ancient Kamawu is quite specific. There's two systems, cultivation systems in ancient Egypt. And that's the Ra initiation system and the Asar initiation system. And that's all in the pyramid text. So, and everything in the pyramid text basically it shows you how to become a divine being. It's just, imagine the Sphinx, yeah. It's like a New York City block big and about 4 stories high. And in between the palm, it says, know thyself. So it shows you that everything is written about knowing yourself. So when they talk about the lands and when they talk about the faculties, it's all transformational, because we write things like a movie. So the ancient Kamawu is telling you writing something that you can draw, and it's a picture, but it ties together like a movie, and it sets sets things in motion. It sets your will in motion so that you can give command to the energy around you, which is Ra. So there's the Ra initiation system and there's the Asar initiation system, which the Asar initiation system helps you to realize your divinity, and the Ra initiation system help you to manage the not self, the energy around you that the will commands to create. Make sense?
Yes, I hear you. Yeah.
So that's the level at the 10. So with His Majesty in the picture, you know, even in those scriptures, the ancient scriptures of the Kamawu and the pyramid text is a word some people call it. They talk about the King of Kings in there too, so people can go search and see where in the chants and the stories it mentioned the King of Kings. And a couple of people will disagree with this, and it's remember that the pharaohs were seen as the Almighty, like the representative of the Almighty on earth, or the likeness of divinity. That's why when we talk about Medineta now, Medineta is the word of the Almighty, or word of Neta. Neta meaning Netta means eternity, infinity, and all nature. So netta is not just nature. Netta is nature, infinity. You know, it's and nature. I mean, it's like a eternity, and it's everything all in one. Everything within creation is netta. There's a symbol for netta look like an ox. You said something?
I was just saying.
Yeah, the symbol for netta look like an ox. Yeah, and in in the early scriptures, even the Nubian scriptures and thing, it talk about, you know, Lord Netta. So the first people to realize their divinities were called Netta. So you see some, and these are some of the people that were they used to call aliens. Where you might see it look like the Egyptians, the ancient Kamawu and ancient father was talking about some aliens. You know, we draw symbols that people misinterpret as spaceship and all these type of things. You know, and it's like a museum curator and soldiers trying to interpret what priests write. Because remember, Medinetta is a sacred language, right? That's why only kings and, you know, scholars really had access to this. It's just like in Ethiopia how you have Geese and Amharic. So Geese is spoken by the kings and then the Rastas and, you know, the Ejamas and Negus and the church. So that's why in the church you hear Geese, right? And then no, the accountants and everybody local in the shops using Amharic. In Egypt, it was a similar thing. Medinetta is the word of the Almighty, or the word of Netta. Yeah? And remember, Netta is a big word. It's like a really important word. Yeah, because just like never teacher. Yeah, these are words that would I look upon the Almighty itself, like describe the the full essence. That's when to show that we realize that I and I itself created I and I own self, just like I and I self. In a multitude of beings, differentiated I one, I self, just like the ocean and a droplet of water. Yeah. And that droplet of water recycle, just like how you see the ocean and it go right forward to the clouds and it drop forward into the ocean again and forward up to the clouds and individual drops to the earth again. It's almost like that. That's how the first multitude of men and the first multitude of women. Not no Adam and Eve story. You know, the first multitude of man, the first multitude of woman and children upon creation. You know, that start to watch the stars and like how you have in school to connect the dot thing. So they connect the dots and make metaphorians how the seasons move, how the earth moves. And remember, it's important because look how much the moon have the power that move the water. And remember, we are like 80% water. So when you look at the influence that the moon have on the water, you know, the moon have the similar influence on you. Yeah. So um, you know, that's one thing you have to look into, you know. So the systems that Egypt perfected was they provide the greatest astrology in the 10th era temple. So in the, that is the father of all astrology, and taught to the Indus Kush culture, who preserved it well. That's why in the Indus culture now you find all the mantras for Jah. Jah is everywhere. Hebrews couldn't use no J, couldn't use say Jah, because it was too powerful for them. That's why enough Rastas don't know why there's no J in the Hebrew. And some of them go as far as not even saying Jah anymore, saying Yah.
Mm-hmm.
But Jah is a powerful mantra which ignite Heru, the will. Like check Medinetta, like volume 6. There's a raw initiation system, and you can see all the mantras saying Jah, Jah, Jah. Almost every other mantra is Jah in it.
And how is it spelled?
JAH.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no surprise that when Rasta utter that word power sound Jah, it ignite the will, that then start to take control of their will and saying, oh, me not brush my teeth with that. Oh, me not do that. And they start to self-determine. Because that word, power sound, would start to generate that. That's what that mantra always mean. It's Heru. It's Shango.
So that same job will be heard in Sanskrit.
Yes, it's in all, especially Indus Kush. It's in all of their manuscript. Jah, that word power.
So
Yeah.
how does that differ from the YAH?
The YAH now, yeah, is powerful. Yeah, just like how you can say the unk and the is out, and it still resonate the same sim, but it's just a different range of it. It's just not the same amount of range when you say unk and but the range still covered within it. So now when some people have when the Hebrew culture and some other cultures got the Jah, they couldn't say it. Kind too powerful. You see it. So them not even say no J and break out J altogether. So they put Y now, right? Because they can't use the J. In fact, they didn't even want to pronounce it. The Hebrew does write YHVH. And everybody else need to figure it out. Then some people start saying the powerful sound like Yahweh. And some people I say Yahweh, right? And some people I say Yah instead of Jah. Because some Rastaman, because of their level of research, them are correct. Because they say, oh, from no J and a Hebrew, then I won't use J at all. So the Yah come in by different people, just a change up the thing, or I follow the concept that Hebrew have the YAHVAH, which is a powerful sound as well. You know, if you say Yahweh, because it means I am who I am. That's two I. And the reflection of self and the Sankofa of self is a powerful sound. Anyway, you take it. You can't get that sound wrong. I am who I am, because the yod head vowel head. Yeah, that YHVAH. Yeah, no vowels.
Like I am thou.
Yeah, it means I am who I am, because that can form a sacred it's like a tetragram. If people find that one there in the book of Keys of Solomon, yeah, who are interested in these kind of mystics, I don't really put this at the forefront of most of my reasoning, but since we're here, I'll show you. So if you look in the Keys of Solomon, you'll see this tetragram which shows every name in the Bibles and the Hebrew thing of the Almighty on one chart, and you can have a badge, because I had a badge with it. Yeah, you can make a badge with it because it's one chart. You can see, and then Yod Hevav goes one way, the El Shaddai goes one way, and it all go one way, and then it just forms one perfect ball of all the names of the Hebrew names of the Almighty, and that would do you if you wanted to study the Hebrew in a nutshell. But Jah now, beyond that, is a far is a real powerful. It really free up the energy for Heru, your will, man's will. God, there's two wills. There's man will and there's a will of the Almighty, which is Tehuti. Yeah, and the goal. The goal, once our divinity and our level of consciousness is rising, our will, man's will, a woman's will start to become biased to the will of the Almighty. And remember, Heru have the head, had a hawk. The hawk fly high above emotions and above, because in how the story is all tied together is like Ma'at will weigh the will weigh your emotions that's in your heart against the law, yeah, against divine law, which is the feather. The feather come from the ostrich feather, because the ostrich defend its young very fiercely, yeah. And the ostrich feather have a lot more significance, which I won't really go too far into that. But the ostrich feather has been
Right.
the symbol of the the, the the law, divine law of Ma'at. So Ma'at stands there with the scale, and one side you see the heart, the ab, and one side you see the feather. So it's weighing the emotions. So Heru now, your will is free when time it can fly above the emotions. Right? So now that's the thing about Heru. And even though you have the power, and the law of Heru shows that even though you have the power to do, you can break divine law, but you don't have the right. See? You don't have the right.
Mm-hmm.
So the use of Jah was taught, handed from the ancient Kamawu, and the ancient which is the same ancient Indus Kush. Yeah, you know, some of our scholars go good into Indus Kush, and those who want to see the mantra, you know, they have to get one of the best explanation I've seen of this use of the word Jah and how it's used outside of Rastafari is in like Ra'un Nefa Amen's writing. And you know, he's used the Indus Kush culture to help to recreate some of the things that was destroyed in Kemet. Because remember, Kemet has been invaded so many times that they not only did they capture some things, but they literally diminish and destroy certain things on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Because they wanted to defile and destroy some of our very sacred things. Right? So this is one of the levels where the thing is at. You see me?
Right.
So in order to get the fullness of what actually was happening in Egypt and to study fully ancient Kamawu, you have to take back some of the pieces from the Indus Kush culture and the Chinese culture. Because we taught the Chinese now, that's where they have the I Ching, which is well developed. They kept that. That's why they have the Bazi, which is a very accurate astrology. It relates right back to the Dendera temple. Yeah, and they listen to their oracle. Their oracle tell them don't do business with the West and try and build your own superpower and lock off your people them from the West when they did their reading. So you know, I think they obviously look like they made the right decision. That's all
Mm-hmm.
for themselves. You know, so that's why Egypt you need things like knowledge from the Indus culture and knowledge from you know the Chinese side and the Chi. Remember the same thing what they talk about the Chi, which is Ra. Chi is Ra, and in the Indus culture is Kundalini. So in the Indus culture, it's called Kundalini. In the Canaanite culture, it's called Holy Spirit. In the Kamawu culture, it's called was I saying? But yeah.
You got a brain fog or something?
No. I'm hearing some shuffling. I wonder if someone was saying something, so then I missed what me that said still.
No, I hear you clearly.
What was So what me that say again? Let me get my charger while you remember. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah. So it look like Kushite Selassie left you to it today.
It seems like that's been happening lately, not just today.
Okay. You must be such a good interviewer.
No, that's because of the internet connection on his side is not good.
Oh, I see.
Because he lives in the countryside and he doesn't have that high broadband speed, evidently. So StreamYard is too strong for his broadband.
Okay.
And I think that's why it keeps kicking him out.
Oh,
Because we can sit here and talk for another 5 hours and nobody's line is getting dropped, but his keep getting dropped, and we're connected through, his StreamYard.
yeah, and he's the host, so
Yeah,
I see what you're saying. So
he should be on stronger than you and I. So I mean, I have the high speed internet, so I know why my side is not messing up, but I see what's going on with his side.
Okay.
Yep.
So where you want to take this now?
Hey, it's up to you. It's up to you.
Listen.
You was talking about the infusion of the Hindus Kush, Kemet, and Asia infused together. You were speaking on that.
Yeah, you need
As far as the gateway and these other worlds, I'm still not getting the answer though.
about the gateway.
Yeah, like where's this other world? What's the name of it? What galaxy does it reside? What dimension is it? It has to be some more information. If you know that much, it has to be something after that. It has to be more info after that.
But you want look how I see it. Yeah, how I see it from the ancient Congo. It's like this. It's just like even a lot of Rasta come from you know Bible, and even with myself, we've had the Bible drilling away. We used to wonder, well, how did Enoch travel the heavens? Can you get that a man like Enoch who walk with God, them say, in them Bible, right? So Enoch now, he traveled he traveled 10 heaven, right? So the Rastas them who zealous now, they run and read every single book of Enoch. right? Trying to figure out, and when you do that, it actually show you say, Enoch, in travel the heavens, yes, but you know what? He was still on earth, right? So there's a way.
See that travel you're talking about? That probably was when he was resting and he was having his outer body experiences, traveling those different levels in the heavens.
Yeah.
It could
But that's
be
just a,
thought of in that way, or it could be thought of after he passed away, or before he passed away. He just took a walk and started levitating up, ascending up.
no, it tell you clear. Like remember, there's quite a few books. Enoch, I think Enoch was seen as the first man who walked with God. So, for Bible heads and Canaanite people, Hebrew kind of people who like that kind of thing, and I was one of them too. You read up all of the books that are Enoch, looking for this gateway to the other world. But then you go to the
It
Kamawu now.
happens when it happens when you're sleeping. It happens when you time travel. That
I
is when you have to be in those state of minds for that to happen.
I
But let's establish that first,
yeah,
that we
no,
would have
fair
to be
enough.
in a certain state of mind to be able to astral project, time travel.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
then
Enoch was doing. He was on a he was that's what we call metaphysics.
yeah. So
Not
now
in a
coming,
scientific, not in a scientific definitions of metaphysics. I'm talking about Enoch walking into heavens. Okay?
yeah. Now
That type of metaphysics.
Now, coming from that, yeah, coming from and I heard one program where we mention a lot as above, so below, yeah, and these things, and I'm gonna put my 2 pence in, if you don't mind, on these things. And if you keep asking, then I can keep the flow. Me one not gonna start.
So Enoch is supposed to be ruling the seventh dimension. He's supposed to have reign over the seventh dimension, according to the research that Ross Ben put forth in his book called Rock of Ages. So he goes deep into Enoch as well, from a
Yeah,
Rastafari slash, you know,
yeah, and I could as well, but
mystic point of view.
I just use that as a little tip of an example to show that coming from trying to analyze things like that, and then moving over now to the ancient Kamawu and the Indus Kush culture.
They did the same thing. They
No,
levitate.
but this
They
is it
time
now.
travel too.
I know this is the thing. I'm saying there comes a little bit of a thing. Well, I had that issue, and I see an issue there. When you transfer from, trying to interpret things from, that, like especially things like this, like trying to figure out some of the mystics, where the gateway to the other world is, what is Zion and what's up there, and where is it that's up above and below. It come true. There's a little flip switch that need to happen, and when it come to comet, come on, even though yes, it's the same thing that come down and plagiarized, but let me just say, all
Oh,
right,
someone made a comment and said that is force. It is not necessary to enter these states of consciousness to astral travel. Nobody didn't say that. What we were saying, well, what I was saying is that is what Enoch did was we can look at that as a form of astral traveling, time traveling, out of body experience, astral projection, those levels. That's what I was saying. I didn't say that the only way you can have certain levels of consciousness is if you astral travel. That's not what I said. Sorry that you misunderstood that. But what I was referencing to is Enoch having the ability to walk with God and walk straight into heaven, and also reigning over the seventh dimension right now as we speaking.
all right.
So in order for him
Now,
to reach those
all
heights,
right.
he had to
Now,
have a
yeah. Well, the thing is,
time travel
it's a good.
interdimensional type of energy going on there.
Well, if they're picking up on something that I said, well, it would be like this. Now, look, in I'll go now. Now transferring to ancient Kamawu now. Remember, I just used Enoch as a little small example of where some people, including myself, come from analyzing those type of scriptures to into ancient Kamawu now. Now, in the ancient Kamawu, as I said, they have two cultivation systems. One is the cultivation, is the Ra initiation system, and one is the Asar initiation system. That's it. And it's on all the walls, right? And it is the Asar initiation system help us. It is there for in line with destiny, the purpose that all I and I is created. So nature naturally evolves I and I to higher states of consciousness or towards I and I true self or I and I divinity. So whether you like it or not, that's what the earth is about. That's the plan that the earth was created, or else you wouldn't come here and see earth. Yeah. So and those scriptures sitting on our great grandfathers' laps, which is those who wear the locks today are the ancient Kamau. Yes. Those who have the locks today are the ancient Kamau. Yeah. And the thing now, knowledge of self, knowledge that I and I is a divine being, and knowledge that I and I is creator, operator, moderator, and destroyer, is an awareness that nature pushes us to be like. Now, our ancient Egyptian had a university for your understanding your spirit. Because if you thought biology was complicated, spirituality is the same thing, but a bit more complicated, because you can't see it just like how you see the biology. But the biology is a replica of the spirit, like the organs represent that, and the brain represent them levels there. So you start your life in the mammalian side, in the reptilian side of your brain, you're born, yeah, and mammalian side, and then you got the cortex and the frontal lobe, which is half empty. So that shows you that your mind was meant to be programmed with information as you come. And then it shows that when you was young, you didn't have the higher faculties like your conscience. That's why a child would take the time for the brother, and the brother is crying, and he take the time playing with it. So the next and the consciousness not develop, it developed through your experience. Life push you towards it. Or you have a cultivation system like the ancient Kamawu, that you stay in a university about 40 years, yeah, in this pursuit of knowledge of self. These were some of the knowledge that the Greeks and them boy they got in. Some of them studied
Yeah,
in
the
Egypt.
training techniques from
Yeah,
exactly.
like Pythagoras and Hippocrates, and then boys there, they all train in Egypt. Cause when the invaders invade and take back their scholar too. Yeah, until they tell me everything, right? Now that's how they and when the Greeks and Romans got the initiation system, and they realized how the mind works, they went off to rule the world, to take control of others, because they realized the state of mind that we are all born in, and how that's programmable, because the mind is programmable. So what happened is, that's all they needed to know. So they just went and do them thing. Domination, you know. Um, so but forward now to the dimensions thing. So all these stories now, as far as I can see, so the metaphorian, it's not just a story, it's not a story, and it's not myth. So, but it's astrological and it's spiritual. Yeah. So you have to remember this. The body is the densest part of the spirit. So That's why in all African tradition, they say that everything is spirit. Just like in Rastafari says every spirit must manifest in flesh. So when you combine the two now, you realize that the body is the densest part of the flesh. That's why even in the African culture, they have the same word for man is the same word for God, so to speak, yeah? Like Muntu and Muntu in South Africa, for example, yeah? So the same word for man is the same word for God. And remember, this is the same thing that is said in all the scriptures. So I have a feeling that a lot of people are misinterpreting the scriptures. They're misinterpreting it. And there's been scholars, I heard them mention it on one program. I was like, someone was saying something and they referred to Malachi as Ark and things like that. And the thing what I'm trying to say is this, yeah.
Oh, someone Kushite have a next question.
Go on.
And how do you feel about the theory of Abba Kudus using the crop circle to travel to the astral plane?
Yeah, well, you know, the Abacadus, I feel it, you know, like some things, it's
So
not
explain
everything.
who Abba or what Abba Kudus is.
Well, Abacadus, you know, is His Majesty, His Imperial Majesty in his priestly form.
Oh, okay.
In his Bahitawi form, in his Rastafari form. So we're in the world doing all the works of what a King of Kings would do. Yes. And then now we come to 120 years physically. Yeah. That's a real thing. You know, I mean, it's really a mystic I don't necessarily touch. But when people ask if you really want to get the levels there, well, Abacados now, His Majesty now, come and go into, you know, a spot where him find that the right connection with his birth, his destiny. So birth and destiny is the same thing. Birth, destiny, death, life. It's all one faculty. It's all spirit tree.
Right.
The Shechem. Yeah, Seker, Somatical, Mer. Right?
So the crop circle.
The crop circle bit.
Yes.
What about the crop circle?
Abba Kudus using the crop circle to travel to the astral plane.
I know, but I don't go that far. I can't validate those parts, but I can validate Abacadus, and I can validate that, you know, from my research, right? So, you know, you'd have to go to the next brother's channel to get part 2 of that. I can only say I know up to the point where I know that Haile Selassie, Abacadus, went into the Holy of Holies and do the things. There is rituals. Yeah, there is a lot of rituals which are passed on, which the King of Kings definitely know. Remember, there's rituals from the Congo. We just talk about in the Congo, it could change into anything. Yeah, there is.
I believe it.
Huh?
I believe it.
Yeah. So then, I mean, even the Europeans write that. We know this, but I'm just trying.
Yeah, they know it, but we be the ones that question it. But they know it's real.
Yeah.
That's why they put their time and their money and their effort into the information that they bring.
Yes. Now, I know that His Majesty, when Abacadus, you know, is in that other plane already, and when he go into the Holy of Holies now, he is man-showing the world from a different perspective. Yeah, still doing like a priestly perspective. So you got everyone have within their realm like a prophet, priest, and king duty. It's like when you have children, you're prophet because you help to, you know, say what goes. You're king or queen over your children or your family, and you are to guide them, to protect them, and to pray for them like priests, and to wish them positive word power sound, and encourage them and inspire them. So you do have, and with His Majesty doing international works, and for I and I, then it would seem that he practices priestly duties, just like the Fet and the Gas will show you, like people who used to study those books will show you like the life of how a king and a priest live. Like Haile Selassie fast on a Wednesday and a Friday. All the kings would do that, and then so there's a way, a life that he live in order to be in tune with certain um, principles and forces or rituals. Yeah, if you really want to touch the mystic, like you have to be practicing a certain way of living, and that's just one example of the like you have to in tune at a certain time of the day or the morning. Yeah, each time to maintain and keep to be able to do. And Haile Selassie is the perfect one. I don't doubt the crop circle thing, but I just can't validate it.
Do you doubt that he went into the church and didn't come out on the third day?
That's definite. He did that. He went in. Yeah, of
Okay.
course. Yes,
So
he
the
did.
crop circles could have happened as well. That crop circles situation
Yeah,
could
that's
have.
what I'm saying. I don't
Yeah.
doubt it, but I cannot validate it.
Hmm.
And especially, I don't know if I would want to call it a crop circle as well, because a lot of crop circles out there in the world has been fake. So maybe it's just put fire upon the earth or something. Like maybe, I don't know, but I can't validate it. But definitely, Haile Selassie went into the Holy of Holies, and that was it. The only time people have seen him, though, and that's why they took pictures of him. That's how we are able to see, like the picture that they have Abacadus on Ethiopian flyer. Welcome to Ethiopia. You see Haile Selassie himself. That's how some Ras pick up on it and say, watch it, look at the comparison. And that's when people start trace and study about the history and wonder what happened. Did Haile Selassie return to Ethiopia after him travel England and a few other places after 1970? Because obviously Haile Selassie never passed away in 1975. Everybody know that now. Because the body that they tried to bury was 6 foot.
So where was he when he was able to experience crop circles?
He was traveling among his allies. So, like, for example,
What country was he in? Because I'll
England
tell
was
you.
he was in England
Mhm.
majority of the time. He was in England a majority of the time. He went to the Caribbean a few times. Think
I'm
when
talking about when he saw the crop circles.
no, that's what after the I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the crop circle thing. My knowledge stopped right there.
Okay.
You know.
I was just trying to narrow it down to what country or state that these crop
Well,
circles were
when
in that he
Haile
visited and he
Selassie,
saw it, because I know he came
it's
to
in
the United
Ethiopia
States.
though. It would be in Ethiopia. Like if I was to project my understanding, yeah. If I project my understanding, that would be in Ethiopia. Because Haile Selassie returned to Ethiopia to do this and to be renamed in the right way, just like as he planned it. To now be Abakadus, rename himself again and live mystic, actually do the mystic practice. That's why now, for example, like, let me show you why. Think about it. When before Abacadus, remember he had to be 120 years is when this thing happened. After Haile Selassie at 120. So when after 1975, he was in England and these places and traveling. And remember the story where that Indian yogi said he came to His Majesty to do the ceremony. Haile Selassie was, perfecting him thing, his rituals and his mystics. Cause now is the time to go practice it. The government thing done now. Yeah. The physical earth rightful thing done. So now I'm gonna do the next thing that he planned to show up. So it would be in Ethiopia that happened. Ethiopia is where he in return to do this. That's where he's familiar with. That are the way where I'm gonna do. That's where he want to do his thing. Make sense? Now Ethiopia, where else did you think it was?
I mean, I was just asking. It could have been in the United States. He visited the United States. There's a lot of crop circles that are real in the United States. I know they're fake ones, but the fake ones came from the real ones. Someone saw a real one and went and copied a fake one somewhere else and said it was a crop circle. But 90% of them are real. So I'm thinking that maybe when he visited the United States several times, he came across that story and went to visit it. I don't know. I was just asking because that was my first time hearing that.
Okay, yeah. Well, what's the next mixtape on the plate?
I mean, I'm just, going with the flow. I don't really have like a list of questions. I'm just
you have
going
to
with
set
the
the flow.
conversation.
At your program, so you have to set the flow where you want it to go.
It's not. This is not my program. What are you talking about? This is the Promise Key program.
Well, it's Promise Key. The host is out the building. I see. But it's a lot of mystics today. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of mystics today. You took me out of my zone today. You see, like
Oh, I took you out your zone. I'm sorry.
Maybe someone have a question on the thing.
Why haven't anyone asked him about him if he was really His Imperial Majesty? I don't know. I don't really understand that.
Why didn't someone ask Abacus?
Why haven't anyone asked him about him if he was really His Imperial Majesty?
Yeah, yeah, that's what someone probably asked if why they didn't ask Abacadus if he was His Majesty. Why who never asked him? Because this thing happened, and Rastafari retraced the knowledge when there's sightings of Abacadus. Yeah, that's when Rastafari started to do research, asking questions, going to the Holy of Holies and finding out information that what happened. So that's when they get the name that Haile Selassie changed his name to. Where Haile Selassie name, just like it changed from Rastafari when he took the King of Kings, his name changed from Haile Selassie, His Imperial Majesty, to Abacadus. So it's not the other way around, whereby we got the chance to look at Abacadus and say, oh, were you formerly Haile Selassie? That never happened. First Rasta see High Abacadus on the flyer, the Ethiopian thing, and go back and research what Haile Selassie is in Ethiopia, walking around on the hills, in the chatting, doing things, doing mystics. Just like just like some of the Bahatawi that live on the mountain and you can't even come up there. And if you're sending something up, you have to put it in a bucket and then pull it up. And then grow it in Congo and have on the red, green, and gold. Just like what the Rasta look like. So there's no doubt why Haile Selassie had a love for Rastafari. And there's no doubt that Rastafari have this force and this spiritual nucleus that make them say Jah, make them hear like Emperor, make them cling on to words like Rasta and Farai and Rastafari and Tafari and words like Jah. Yeah, we have a body of things that we clicked on to growing the locks. He will grow locks, and His Majesty never grow locks in the beginning. His Majesty, So there's a force which make Rasta make the choices that we make, and we use the word power sound Jah, and this word power sound ignite the will, and this word power sound rise the level of consciousness and awareness, and then once is able to do the liberty with more zeal and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, so yeah, that's the thing about the avocadus thing. But to be honest, I've never talked about the avocadus and
Why not?
on a radio program, because it's not, people don't usually ask that kind of question. People,
Oh.
And also I usually, talk more just non-mystic, like how the elders requested to keep out some of the mystic out of the way, only for people who really, want to go there. If you want to go there, you go there. But with His Majesty, His spiritual and material must be at peace. Sometimes you have to have the mystic and the reality at peace as well. So the mystic is so enjoyable as well. So I understand why some people love the mystic. The mystic is sweet. When you get the feeling, a higher level feeling, discovering mystics and exploring mystics and connecting and tuning into mystics, and then reality have duality. So reality have, the day and the night, to have the to and the fro. So, the duality in all things, life and the death, love and hate. So sometimes I can see why it's easier for some people. Once the mystic is found, we want to stay there, explore for long. I mean, you have many traditions around the world where just love mystics. Like you get people mystic and just gone to the hill forever. Mystic and just gone by the water forever. Like, but I see that the mystic is in all things. Just like, for example, Ogun is iron and dark blood, love dark blood. But Ogun, iron, think about iron, technology. One of the oldest saying in the Ifa tradition is use technology wisely. So, and that's from Ogun. So, for example, now, Ogun is in all technology. Your car, all iron. So, we have sayings that exist throughout all time. So then forces within all aspects of nature. I remember we have 11 faculties. So it's and some of them we have to experience, like the unseen ones, the ones that, like the amen, which is hidden and imperceptible. It's a joy to connect with that inner peace and that nothingness, that imperceptibility. So it's understandable or overstandable, like understandable, that once we get that inner feeling and that high sensation from the mystic, then one would think that this is it. But there's a next step where the cultivated one and the one who has achieved a higher level of consciousness now should actually be the one where in leadership position, because you have some people who are the leaders of the world now right now and they don't care about no one. They don't have no cultivation. They're a savage, and they mean they don't want to share. They don't entertain sharing. They don't entertain anything like that. So the people who are cultivated and who have elevated and used the mystics and the realities and challenges and cultivation systems to raise their awareness, then called for then called for take leadership positions, be competent in leadership. And because if you're cultivated that you will want, so then it gives new phrase to the thing, humble yourself and you shall be exalted. So you humble yourself and then you get picked for leadership. Just like people who love the Bible thing could realize and use King David as one example. Even His Majesty can use it as an example. But King David was said to be the most humblest one of the brothers them. And when the prophet come to pick the king, who will be the king of Israel thing, then he picked King David, the youngest, the littlest one, the one who will look after the animal. And even in them story, them say King David is a man of my own heart. So then that show you something, no? It show you something. Show you something right there. So show you say that if you're really searching for the mystics, you find it and you achieve things. If you really find a cultivation system and it works, and you elevate your consciousness and your awareness, then you're needed in a leadership position, needed in the world, And even if you take it another level, it's people who can find peace in challenges should be on the battlefield. At least some of them. Because people out here some people can't find peace in our challenges. They go stressed out, lose themselves, destroyed. So finding the inner peace and joy, just like how you have yin and yang, above and below, polarity. And then, but in between, the line between the yin and the yang is hetero, joy. So that balances the above and the below. And once you can experience that inner joy throughout all duality within reality, then that's it. Battlefield time, no? I don't know if you get me still. I guess. Alright, boy.
Yeah, I follow.
Yeah. See, let me see. There's something in the chat here. How do you feel about it? Someone asked. Oh, that was you.
No, that wasn't me. That was Kushite Selassie.
Okay. Yeah. So, yes, there's some other comments here. Yeah. Does one find peace? We hear how important it is, but how does one gain peace? Well, so how does one gain peace, niggas? You see? So here we are going on. I look on things like this. You have two peace. You have inner peace, outer peace. I have peace in the world. And I treat that. So the inner peace, what we just talk about, is amen. Hetet. Everybody call it. You can call it hetet, which ancient Congo meaning like heaven, a place where, remember, it's a place within the being. Yeah, a place within the being. 1 second. Let's check this. Check it down. Yes, so you have a place within the being that is that is amen, and that's where all things come from no thing. Amen, atem is no thing. Amen is the hidden imperceptible I. So And it's hetet too. So it's heaven. It's a place where there is absence of all emotions. Yeah. There is it's that place that when you chant and you feel it. So Amen is something you can prove it by a meditation when you feel that peace inside, right? Inside your being, not just inside your body. See? So that's one place, peace. Yeah. And peace outside of you, around you.
Mm-hmm.
They say that divine, like the scriptures from the ancient Congo show that Ma'at brings truth, balance, and order and justice. So that when you come in, the law says when you come in Ma'at, or when you come in like the truth, when you come with balance, when you come in harmony, yeah, it brings peace around you. So the ancient Kama will show that Ma'at is the foundation of the immediate peace around you. Yeah. So once you come with truth, balance, order, and justice, like that, it brings peace around that. It makes sense because those who want peace now in the world, if you talk about internationally and things, you want peace in the world, you have to work with justice in the world. And then justice in the world, you must start from those who need it most, the most urgent. And the most urgent would be the African people, because the worst thing ever happened in our history, what we know about, is what happened to African people and continue to happen to African people. The war, the Holocaust, and the continued um, institutional slavery are destroying this the institutional war, genocide, uh, terrible things against I and I. So the thing about that is peace in the world requires justice in the world. And I'll show you another example of why that have to tie in is because people that ask for justice in the world, people that want justice say no justice, no peace. So the people that don't have justice are willing to fight for it. Or they're willing to be, they're not going to be peace anywhere. They're willing to wage war for peace. And I'll show you something as well. When the UN and all these people go in to try to keep the peace, they're always going with a lot of weapons. So peace in the world is not something we just sing about and say peace in the world. I want peace. Peace in the world means active on the front line of justice. So that's how we attain peace in the world. Once justice reign, then there will be a level of peace when one can function. So truth reign, balance, order, justice. Justice help peace on an international level, and truth, balance, order help peace on a family and local level. And inner meditation and thing help peace on an inner level. Meditation and reflection help things by the inner level. See it. Let's see if there's any more questions. So yeah, how does one find inner peace? We hear how important it is, but how does one gain it? So yeah, that's how one gain inner peace. Yeah, via meditative practices. There's ways to tune into to get inner peace, to have access to it, like going into a state of trance. Going into a state of trance is basically slowing down your breath to about 7.5 breaths per minute or less. And in that trance, you can feel raw. Some people might even sway, rock a little, show that the spirit is around, or raw, not the spirit, raw life force, which is the life force. They use the word spirit, it's more like a candlelight. culture, Canaanite understanding, Canaanite Hebrew. Yeah. If I Indus Kush, we would be saying Kundalini. The concept of Kundalini in the Indus Kush culture. And if I the Chinese culture, it would be seen as the Chi. Yeah, life force. So that's another cultivation system which was in Egypt. And this one with the initiation of Ra, or the Ra initiation system, you don't even need to be cultivated to be able to manage the energy, the not self energy, or the life force, autonomous system. You see it? So let me see. I think there's another question that comes. You see it, niggas?
Yeah.
How often does the council meet? Well, there's a relaunch of the council, and I do lives on TikTok. So I have to follow the Rastafari Global Council on the TikTok, and follow me on the YouTube, Rastafari Global Council, or follow Lions Den Fam, and you're gonna stay post for some meetings. Yeah, I'm gonna, but through some relaunch, we discussed earlier some informal, some obstacles and few little things, but good thing is we're there, still on the battlefield, like an Ethiopian who can run a long race. So, so basically I'm reorganizing the council, and I'm putting out the studies, um, fundraising for different projects, relaunching the website. So a few things. So, but anyone who wants to right now, like play a part, whether in working with the council or supporting the council, like anywhere, any shape and form, you can email me, and I'll put you up on a mailing list. You can email me at Rastafari Global Council at gmail.com, and what I can do is just keep you posted, and you'll be up on my mailing list, so you will know. So let me see. I think there's another question coming. Yeah. So after does the council meet? I have anyone asking about if you was the question. How do you feel about fear of avocados? Yo, yeah, big up Cherokee James, FTA. Big up Kushite Selassie, yeah. Yes. So niggas, where you want to take this now? Niggas.
You say that again?
So where do you want to take this now?
It doesn't even matter. I mean, if there's no more, you see any more questions in the comment box?
No, I mean, that's no
Well, he
more.
said, let's talk about this music. I see another question there on the screen.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about the music. I love the music. Right, respect. Music, alright. This is another thing, yeah. It's a good thing, because it ties into what we just said about. So anyway, with music, I do music, I link with other musicians and other people who do music. Music is an expression, art, it's therapy, healing, it's part of the culture. So we love it. We always do it. People in the world, some people have hobbies. So even if you do music as a hobby, music is great, because people spend millions on their hobbies. But yeah, music. So we do music. Obviously, Rastafari is very we understand the down the issues out there in the music industry, in the dust. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And these things. So we have music out. If you want to find some music from Blessed Barak, Blessed Barak, you find it. You also can find more Lions than from artists and people that we affiliate with. People like I Maroon, Malak, Jam Miracle, when they have music out. Ras Vegas, I have music out. Um, and basically even Lions and from where we for all DJ Owen, I left for DJ Owen, new fire upon the scene, just like I Maroon, them where they blaze up some fire. And the thing is that get a lot more stickier too, cause we have sound systems and to where we to dub plate and thing for them to help, cause that's where the culture start with, where you get music where chase the next man, or as we call it, cuss the next man or so. From the sound clash thing, where we make music for a specific sound we support, and then play it in a dance for entertainment for the people. Cause this jack is DJ play music for entertain people. So that's where we start. So yeah, we still do music with a message. We are looking to do some more show this year. Also, we are still a release, so you have to stay tuned. With Blessed Barak, Lions Den Fam, and you see all of the artists them and the music them and music videos. Music videos that come out. We do even have music videos, unedited. Through we had an unfortunate issue where the Honorable Ras Pablo got our video man Lions Den Fam original video man passed away, and even till now we don't recover, losing one of a loyal soldier. We still editing still going, and they're coming out bit by bit. So there's music videos coming out, there's music, a lot of music. And even we look for more music and musicians, both Lions Den from both the Rastafari Global Council. Rastafari Global Council want musicians to come sing for the tabernacle, make up songs for the tabernacle, for Rastafari, sacred songs. Because we tired of the people that will bring over so much of these Christian songs and old songs, sing them over Christian songs. We want songs written by Rastafari musicians, Rastafari players of instruments and singers, people who are loyal to the thing, people who can, so I invite the musicians there to contact the World Global Council and make a donation, and of the music at least. Come give us a song for the tabernacle that people sing, give praises to His Majesty and our culture and our identity. And also, if you want, you can give us a fundraising song as well. So we put together an album of some of the loyal people, not even album, an LP or some music for the people that are positive and in line with the Rastafari culture. And it shows that Rastafari people are working together and putting forward something back to the movement, So with music, I still have the music. People around are still at the music. Lions Den Fam still at the music. Music still come out. It's booming, and the more people subscribe out to Blessed Barak and thing, the more you see, because there's things are going, and they find them on the TikTok or the Instagram, or there's a presence there, and it's best fit to see what I'm going and to join the vibes and energy we'll create. Then it's good to just tune in and see if there's any more questions. Let's talk about music. I love the music. Yeah, so yeah, as we said, and don't forget, I will still say, so yeah, remember, musicians, don't forget the top musicians, them I look for to come and play a role and in alliance then from our the Global Council, you know, and show that you're loyal, you know, show that you are you know, you're not just you know, do it for your own, well, which is good, and you can do it for your own and you have then, you know, put something forward. And true music is something that you're inspired and talented to do. We need those talents. So we always do music, and always I look forward to more musicians. And the Global Council especially want artists, top artists, with email Rastafari Global Council at gmail.com. Talk to me about putting forward some music to the tabernacle. I'm putting forward music for fundraising and for intellectual property, you know. So yeah, don't know if you see any more questions. You think we cover the music thing, maybe?
Yeah, it seems so.
Let me get my herbs at one sec. Okay, so what happened there? Yeah, hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who are cuss there?
I'm here. I'm just waiting for you to come back.
I'm here. Yeah, we're back. Forward. I'm forward, yeah. Let me see if there's any more questions. Okay, there's no more for now. Okay. Yes. So where do you want to take it, I guess?
I actually thought that Selassie was going to be able to pretty much join the conversation because, like I said, it's not like I have a list of questions that I'm running through. I'm just, you know, I can rapper with freestyle. I'm just freestyling right now.
Yeah, cool.
I don't know what's next, you know.
Well, the thing is, he can come. He looks like he can still comment, but in a live stream. But he's asked a few questions because if him nor anyone have anything else to ask, we could free flow to a wrap up.
Right.
You know. Yeah. So how about me ask you some questions? So what about your works?
What do you mean?
You know, what about your works in Rastafari? What works in Rastafari have you been up dealing with?
Well, right now, I'm not affiliated with any Rastafari like that. So I can't really, except for the Guyana Rastafari Council asked to do the article. My affiliation would be more towards something like that.
Okay.
I'm not a part of anyone's councils or anything.
So tell me what your article is about.
It was on about pedophilia and domestic violence and rape and child molestation. But it was narrowed down to an artist named Nanny Mystic, who was killed by her husband 6 years ago. And then the Nzinga King situation in Jamaica. That recently happened in 2021. Or was it? No, not 2021, 2022, right? With Nzinga King.
Yeah. 2021. Yeah, 2021.
So it explained that situation with her. And it basically talked about with Natty Mystic's situation for women that's in domestic violent relationships to know that they don't have to stay there, they can get out. I don't want to say too much because it's good for them to read it when the article comes out, you know.
So, where the muggle can find it? You know, like
The Guyana Rastafari Council said it will be printed this month. So I'm sure they'll be posting something on their website. So one could always go to the website to see if any newspaper was updated or whatever. Or check them out on Facebook. I'm sure they might post it on Facebook or something.
Yeah. Well, Kushite Selassie say he's still here. But you can type a question if you got a question. Later tonight to get a radio. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Well,
What?
so where people can find you for stay tuned so that they know when it's out.
Well, that's why I just directed them to the Guyana Rastafari Council. They can go on their website, or they can find them on Facebook because he said this month, but we'll know the exact date and everything, you know?
Yeah.
I will know when the audience will know, same way.
Yeah.
I just know in May. So. But remember, this is not my platform, so I don't want to, harbor up the platform about me.
Yeah, well, I'll check if there's any question from Kushite Selassie. And if not, if you want, we can wrap it up. When did we start? 12:30. How long are we supposed to be on for?
I mean, it wasn't a time limit. I'm just saying, you keep asking me, what's the next question? What's the next question? And I keep saying, I'm just going with the flow. I don't have like a list of questions to ask. So I think that, if we want to wrap it up, that's fine.
Okay. Well, yeah, might as well then. Let's do that then. Okay. Unless Kushite Selassie have something else to say. Well, yeah, it's good to be on again for the program, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks for your time.
I mean, yeah, it's an honor for a reason. Just that, yeah, the free flowing thing without the host, it feels strange because a man just attack. Yeah, but there's a lot to share, but it's good that the host.
That's how it is when you're a guest. The guest is the one speaking on the show mostly, right?
Yeah, I don't mind speak, but I wanted to follow the direction that the Kushite Selassie had.
I thought we were.
Yeah, okay, cool. As long as we follow it, I mean, you know, sometimes you can talk off tangent, you know, and just basically. But we give thanks, say you was here anyway, and real radio talk.
True.
So when you having the next real radio talk program? When is your show?
I don't know.
You cool out for a while, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I'm on now.
Ah,
You don't see me on now?
yeah, I know you're live. Real radio talk.
Right,
Real
I'm
radio
just not on my platform, but I'm still on.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. Yeah, okay. So, all right. Kushite Selassie say wrap it up is good. So, Sister Niggas, big up yourself. Kushite Selassie, big up yourself. Promise Key, big up on yourself. Everyone who tune in and think, big up on yourself. Tune in for some more, you know, and in due time.
Okay, bless up.
I know.